Chapter 1634. Gu Nianji looked at the number on her phone. For a moment, she felt as if it was a lifetime ago. She held her phone and silently rubbed the number twice before slowly picking it up. She got up and walked to her bedroom. Hello. Who is this? Gu Nianji's voice was sweeter and more alluring than usual. It was like a lychee that had been rolled in honey. It was sweet and had a refreshing fragrance. The person on the other end of the phone didn't seem surprised. He laughed in a low voice. Yes, it's me, Lawyer Gu. How are you? Gu Nianji continued to play dumb. Huh? Who are you? If you don't tell me your name, I'm hanging up. She deliberately muttered to herself, these men are so annoying. They call me all day long. It's useless even if I block them. They keep changing their numbers. The person on the other end was a little surprised. He frowned and asked. Many men call you to harass you? Yes. Gu Nianji walked into her bedroom and quietly closed the door. She held back her laughter and complained, I don't want people to say I'm a flirt, but no matter what I say, those people won't listen. Forget it, why am I telling you this to a stranger? I'm hanging up. She pretended to hang up the phone. The person on the other end finally realized that Gu Nianji was deliberately giving him a taste of his own medicine. His voice deepened and he said unhappily, Lawyer Gu, are you playing this game with me? Young master, he said that you have an excellent memory. Not only do you have a photographic memory, but you also have a photographic memory. How could you not recognize my voice? Stop playing dumb. Gu Nianji curled the corners of her lips. She thought to herself, young master, he really thinks you're the ace of the Far East. He must be stupid to tell you about me. This was another piece of evidence that proved that this ace of the Far East, Peter, was cheating. Pretend, continue pretending. Gu Nianji chuckled and hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end of the phone, the ace of the Far East looked down at his phone. An extremely faint smile appeared on his lips and disappeared in a flash. When he looked up, his face was already frosty. He quickly dialed the number again. This time, it rang for a long time. Gu Nianji slowly opened the phone and said lazily, who are you? If you do this again, I'll block your number. The ace of the Far East composed himself and suddenly said. If you really hated me, you wouldn't have said so much to me. You would have blocked my number without hesitation. Gu Nianji perked up. Damn it. He knew her too well. She felt that all the artistic cells in her body had been awakened when she was acting with the man who had shaped her outlook on life. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes, and her voice dropped an octave as she muttered. I know you're Peter, and I can't bear to hate you. You look exactly like the man I love most. When I see you, I see him. The ace of the Far East didn't even bat an eyelid. He let out a low laugh and blurted out a string of romantic words, you can treat me as the person you love the most. You saved my life, so I'm yours for the rest of my life. I can't marry anyone else. When Gu Nianji heard the ace of the Far East's words, she was both excited and excited. Her plump lips curved into a cute smile. It was as if she was bathing in the early spring sun. The breeze was blowing, and the air was filled with the fragrance of love. If this person wasn't her Major General Hua, Gu Nianji would have been very disgusted by this man's casual sweet words. But she was now more and more certain that the person on the other side was her Major General Hua. And given Major General Hua's status on the other side, he would never say such words. So when she heard these words now, it was as if she had deposited a huge amount of money in the bank. She had thought that she would only be able to withdraw the interest after 20 years, but now she could withdraw it in advance. Both her body and heart were in a state of extreme satisfaction. But in this kind of happiness that almost made her dizzy, she still had a trace of rationality that told her that she couldn't let the person on the other side know that she had seen through his disguise. Gu Nianji covered the microphone on her phone and took a few deep breaths. She said aloofly, "Then I'm sorry. Although you look exactly like him, I know very well that you're not him. Are you deliberately trying to fool me by saying that?" The ace of the Far East seemed to be angry. "I've never seen anyone who looks exactly like me, and I'm sure I don't have a twin brother." Gu Nianji resisted the temptation and shrugged. She said firmly, "It's impossible for me to treat you as the person I love the most. It's impossible for me in this lifetime. But I can't see him, so sometimes I admire you as him. I hope you don't misunderstand. I won't play the game of being a substitute lover. It's not fair to you or me." She hung up the phone resolutely and blocked the ace of the Far East's phone number. On the other side of the phone, the ace of the Far East was in the first-class cabin of the plane from Moscow to the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire. He was stunned when he saw the other party hang up the phone again. When he tried to call again, the line was always busy. He had really blocked his number. He stared at the phone for a while and put it away as if nothing had happened. He would arrive in the imperial capital in a few hours. Anyway, he would be able to see him then. It didn't matter if he called or not. Gu Nianji came out of the bedroom after the call. Lu Yuan, who was watching TV attentively in the living room, immediately turned around and looked at her thoughtfully. He smiled and asked, "Huh? Look at your love-struck face. You look like a little girl who just finished a phone call with her boyfriend." Lu Jin quickly turned around and asked curiously, "Huh? Who called you just now?" Gu Nianji touched her face and said with a smile, "I don't have a boyfriend." "Uncle Lu, don't spout nonsense. It was Deputy Chief Counsel Peter from the Soviet Union just now. I've already blocked his number." "What kind of words are you saying? It makes me blush." "Ha! It's him." Lu Yuan's eyes flashed and he sat up straight. He was obviously more concerned than before. "Isn't he in Moscow?" Gu Nianji, holy **T. She had been so busy arguing with the ace of the Far East that she forgot to ask where he was. "I think so. I didn't ask." Gu Nianji pretended to be indifferent. She walked back to the living room and sat down. She bent down to pick up the plate of cantaloupe from the coffee table and held it in her arms to eat. After eating the cantaloupe, Gu Nianji took out her phone and scrolled through Weibo. However, she had been feeling uneasy. There were several times when she almost couldn't help but release the ace of the Far East's phone number from the blacklist. However, if she really released it, wouldn't she be making a fool of herself if the other party made a bad association? Therefore, Gu Nianji could only force herself to do something else to divert her attention. Major General Huo was such a patient person. If she relaxed a little, he would be able to see through her. After constantly mentally preparing herself, Gu Nianji composed herself and went to the study to continue studying the dirt on the Qin Corporation's private hospital. As soon as she got into work, she quickly put aside those distracting thoughts. He busied himself until midnight. Lu Ji knocked on the door several times before Gu Nianji reluctantly put down her work. She smiled and said, "I'm actually not sleepy at all." "Even if you're not sleepy, you have to sleep well. Young people don't sleep. It's not good for their skin." Lu Jin warned her with a stern face. He was more concerned about his daughter's health than anything else. He only had one daughter in his life. He didn't want her to be famous. He only wanted her to be healthy and live to an old age. Gu Nianji turned off the computer and smiled obsequiously. Okay, I'll go take a shower right away." She got up with her phone and left the study with Lu Jin. Lu Jin saw that she was so concerned about the Qin Corporation's private group, so he said, "I'll hack into their system again and download more things when it's almost the new year." During the new year, Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's arm and said with a smile, "Is it because the management there is the most lax during the new year?" Smart. Lu Jin tapped the tip of her delicate nose and walked her to the bedroom door. He rubbed her head and said dotingly, "Go to sleep. We'll look at the information tomorrow." Gu Nianji nodded obediently. Just as she was about to enter her bedroom, she suddenly heard Lu Jin's phone ring. It was so late. Who was calling him? Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin curiously. "Dad. Your phone." Lu Jin took out his phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated and said, "Maybe it was the wrong number." Gu Nianji looked at it. It was the number of the Ace of the Far East, the King of Drama. Did he call Lu Jin instead because he couldn't get through to her? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said, "Answer it. It's so late. Maybe there's something important?" Lu Jin frowned and picked up the phone for Gu Nianji's sake. The person on the other end immediately said, "Is this Uncle Lu?" "I'm Peter. I just came back from Moscow and brought some gifts for Lawyer Gu and Uncle Lu. I'm at the reception desk at the entrance of your apartment building right now. Can you ask them to let me in?" Lu Jin pulled a long face and said unhappily, "It's so late. Let's talk tomorrow." He was about to hang up when the Ace of the Far East said, "I offended Lawyer Gu today and want to apologize to her in person. I can't wait until tomorrow to apologize. That would be too perfunctory. I hope Uncle Lu will give me this chance." He added, "I brought the best black pork and caviar in Moscow." Lu Jin was a little hungry when he said that. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed and she said slowly, "You want to apologize in person? Sure, come up and make supper for me and my dad, and I'll forgive you." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1623, I'm yours for the rest of my life. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. All the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1635. When the Ace of the Far East heard Gu Nianji's words, he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "I told you I don't know how to cook. Aren't you making things difficult for me? What do I need you for if you don't know how to cook? You even said you have to apologize sincerely. I think it's better if you learn right away." Lu Jin waved his hand unhappily, not caring if Deputy Chief Counsel Peter could see him. "All right, it's late. You should go. Don't stand here and make a fool of yourself." The Ace of the Far East paused for a moment and quickly said, "Then I'll wait here. If anyone asks me later, I'll say that I'm here to ask Lawyer Gu to be my lawyer." "What lawyer? What the hell are you doing?" Lu Jin could tell that there was a hidden meaning in the Ace of the Far East's words and asked suspiciously, "Hurry up and go. Don't get us into trouble." Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Although she felt that the Ace of the Far East was most likely Major General Hu, she was still amazed by how unscrupulous he was. In order to enter her house, he had really thought of everything. What Lu Jin was most afraid of now was too much exposure. If Deputy Chief Counsel Peter said that if someone asked him, he would most likely give in. The Ace of the Far East simply opened the video call invitation on his phone. After Lu Jin accepted, a tall man in a Soviet military uniform appeared on his phone. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree at the entrance of their apartment complex. Snowflakes fluttered in the night sky. The bright light of the street lamp reflected the falling snow and fell on his exquisite face, making his face look like it was made of porcelain jade and unreal. That face was so handsome that it was flawless, like a work of art carefully carved by the creator. However, Gu Nianji didn't dare to walk in front of the camera on Lu Jin's phone to look at him, because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control her gaze and expose herself. Therefore, the handsome face of the Ace of the Far East looked no different from that of a passerby in Lu Jin's eyes. He nodded and said rudely, "If you can make supper, then hurry up. We don't have to look for Boss Lu. If you can't make it, then go back. It's snowing outside, so I won't keep you." He then cut off the video call and turned off his phone. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up at Lu Jin and said in surprise, "It's snowing outside." "Yeah." As Lu Jin spoke, he walked into Gu Nianji's bedroom and pulled open a corner of the curtains. He said, "Look, it's snowing quite heavily. He could enjoy the snow tomorrow. We should eat roasted venison and admire the snow. I'll tell Boss Lu to prepare the ingredients and tools for the roast." Lu Jin patted Gu Nianji's shoulder excitedly. "Go to bed early." Realizing that it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, he hurriedly said, "It's not early anymore. If you don't sleep now, it'll be daybreak." Gu Nianji looked at the window and answered absent-mindedly. Lu Jin's mind was completely focused on enjoying the snow and eating roast venison tomorrow. He gave Gu Nianji a few reminders and went back to his suite across the street. Only the three of them lived on this floor. The elevator led directly to the house. It was very safe, and they paid attention to the privacy of the residents. Gu Nianji walked to the bay window in the bedroom alone and lifted the French curtains to sit on the windowsill. The snow outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. The snowflakes were huge and crystal clear. Through the bright glass window, she could even see the hexagonal crystal shape of the snowflakes. Her gaze wandered in the direction of the entrance of the apartment complex. Their high-rise building had a very wide view. There were no other high-rise buildings around them, so they could see their surroundings. However, the entrance of the complex was too far away from their apartment building. It was also night time, so she couldn't see anything clearly. However, Gu Nianji just felt like she saw it. The tall figure under the street lamp was exactly the same as the one she had seen in her dreams. The snowflakes that filled the sky reminded her of Christmas Eve that year, when she had returned from abroad and gone to Mei Xiaowen's house to attend a party. On that day, she had been humiliated by Mei Xiaowen and left Mei Xiaowen's house alone with her suitcase. At that time, she didn't know anyone in the imperial capital. It was late at night, and she didn't know where to stay. She dragged her luggage and sat at the station waiting for the bus. It was also snowing that day. Major General Hu somehow found out about her situation, so he immediately flew from Sea City to the imperial capital to pick her up. Amidst the snowflakes, she saw the man she had been missing get out of the car and reach out his arms to her. At that moment, her entire body fell into his warm embrace. If there was a man who put down everything at hand to accompany you when you were at your most painful and helpless, there was no doubt that he must love you deeply. She hugged her knees and sat on the windowsill, burying her head deep between her knees. Her mind was warring with the heavens. Should she go or not? If she went, would that person suspect that she already knew the truth? But if she didn't go, she was afraid she wouldn't have a peaceful night. Gu Nianji looked out the window and blew on it. The fog on the glass turned into frost, and the scene outside blurred. However, she could see that there was already a layer of snow on the edge of the windowsill. It must be cold outside, right? Gu Nianji couldn't sit still anymore. If she went, what was there to be afraid of? Anyway, if he suspected, she could just say that she had fallen in love with Peter. Gu Nianji curled her lips, her heart filled with joy. She jumped down from the windowsill and hurriedly changed her clothes. She went to the bathroom to brush her hair and wash her face, then put on a light layer of lip gloss. When she came out, she grabbed a cashmere coat and put it on. Then, she took an umbrella and ran out of the door. After getting off the elevator, she left the lobby of the apartment building with an umbrella. The snow outside had already gotten heavier. It was about the same as the snow she had seen at the station that night. There wasn't much snow on the road, but it was still creaking and a little slippery. In order to make herself appear more natural, she deliberately walked very slowly, one step at a time. She thought that if he had already left by the time she walked over like this, it would naturally be for the best, and she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. But if she walked over slowly like this, he would still be waiting at the door, and she would have enough time to adjust her mentality. From her apartment building to the entrance of the apartment complex. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than 10 minutes to walk. It was the middle of the night, and it was still snowing heavily. It took Gu Nianji almost half an hour to walk to the door. The ace of the Far East was still standing at the entrance of the apartment complex. He had his hands in the pockets of his Soviet military uniform coat and leaned against a big tree at the entrance of the complex. His eyes were calm as he looked ahead. At that moment, he suddenly saw a tall woman holding a light blue umbrella walk out of the heavy snow under the dark sky. Like a lamp, it lit up the dark night. Everything around him quickly receded, and only she existed in his field of vision. Gu Nianji walked up to him and said lightly, "It's snowing. I'll lend you this umbrella." The ace of the Far East looked at her quietly for a while, and his calm face gradually rippled. He frivolously reached out to hold her chin, and his voice was as soft as a lover's whisper. "And you still say you're not tempted." This was today's second update, chapter 1624, and you still say you're not tempted. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1636. Gu Nianji's chin followed the ace of the Far East's gentle gesture, and her jet-black eyes glanced at him from between her long eyelashes that were as black as a crow's wing. She then looked down at the travel bag the ace of the Far East had placed at his feet and slapped his hand away. She said calmly, "Narcissism is a disease. It has to be treated. Actually, I'm here to get the black pork and caviar." As she spoke, Gu Nianji took a step back and handed him the umbrella in her hand. She smiled sweetly and said, "Here, thank you for bringing us gifts from so far away. This umbrella is our way of thanking you." The ace of the Far East raised an eyebrow and retracted his hand. He leaned against the tree behind him and chuckled. He smiled lazily and said, "Really? My black pork and caviar were supposed to be free, but in the end, Lawyer Gu even gave me an umbrella. I'm the one who earned it." The clear baritone voice that used to be cold and aloof actually sounded a little warm in the silent snowy night. Gu Nianji looked up at him. The eyes that were once so clear that one could see the bottom had now become a deep pool, burying all the emotions and worries in the deep pool. "Yes, it's good that you earned it. I never owe anyone a favor." Gu Nianji still reached out and handed the umbrella over. The back of her hand was fair and delicate. Against the black handle of the umbrella, there was a distinct black and white temptation. The ace of the Far East's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He also reached out his hand and held the handle of the umbrella with Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji's small hand suddenly felt his palm burning hot in the palm of his big hand. Gu Nianji felt it and felt even more certain, but her face showed an impatient expression. She struggled in his palm and scolded him in a low voice, "Let go of me." The ace of the Far East let go of his hand and bent down to pick up the travel bag. He said, "It's a little heavy. I'll take it to the elevator and then I'll leave." Gu Nianji took the opportunity when he bent over to quickly make a face. When he straightened up, Gu Nianji said with a straight face, "No need, I can take it myself." As she spoke, she took a step forward to take the travel bag from the ace of the Far East. "You really want to take it?" The ace of the Far East looked at her in amusement. "Why don't you try?" He placed the travel bag on the ground and gestured for Gu Nianji to carry it herself. Gu Nianji snorted and bent down to pick up the travel bag. He nearly couldn't straighten his back. She gritted her teeth and tried again with both hands, but it still didn't work. She couldn't lift it at all. It was as heavy as a bag full of rocks. Gu Nianji even had the urge to open the bag to see what was inside. At this moment, the ace of the Far East's clear and pleasant low laughter came from above. He bent down and wrapped his arm around Gu Nianji's slender waist to pick up the duffel bag with one hand. He took the umbrella from Gu Nianji with his other hand and leaned over to shield her from the wind and snow. I'll take you back. Seeing Gu Nianji's hesitation, the ace of the Far East sighed. All right, I'll only send you to the elevator. I won't make things difficult for you. It sounded like she was making things difficult for him. Gu Nianji laughed and said, actually, you can come to my house as long as you promise to cook for me and my dad. I just don't understand why you won't cook. How can I cook if I don't know how to cook? Do you think you can eat such disgusting food? Why waste food? The ace of the Far East said as he walked with her to the apartment she lived in. It was snowing even harder, and the snow on the ground had already accumulated. When she stepped on it, half of her foot was covered. Gu Nianji curled her lips and said lightly, only those who have eaten it can judge whether it's delicious or disgusting. I've never eaten the food you cooked, so how do you know if I can eat it? I only know how to cook instant noodles or instant dumplings. Do you really want to eat it? I'll cook it for you. The ace of the Far East was also very calm. He carried the travel bag in one hand and held an umbrella in the other as he walked steadily beside her. Half of the falling snow was blocked by the umbrella above her head, and the other half was blocked by the ace of the Far East's tall body. Gu Nianji didn't have any snowflakes on her body at all. As the two of them walked on the snowy ground, they actually felt like they were playing the zither and the zither. Gu Nianji smiled and chatted with him. Didn't you go back to Moscow? Why did you suddenly come back? You saw it. The ace of the Far East smiled bitterly. I had no choice. I was caught on a business trip at the last minute. I didn't expect something like this to happen. 2 national leaders of the Soviet Union had been killed in the United States. This was big news that shocked the world. Gu Nianji nodded. I also saw that you seemed to be injured. She glanced at his left arm, which was holding the umbrella. Are you okay? The ace of the Far East shook his head nonchalantly. It's just a small injury. I'm fine now. Gu Nianji nodded and said, you have to be careful too. The ace of the Far East paused in his steps and looked at her with a smile. You care about me so much. Ha! Gu Nianji couldn't help rolling her eyes. Why don't you think about it? I almost lost my life to save you. Why don't you pay attention to your safety? Then I saved you for nothing. The ace of the Far East grunted. Okay, I got it. When Gu Nianji came out, she felt that the road was very long. She walked for a full half an hour before she reached the entrance of the neighborhood. But this time, when she walked backwards, it was as if she had arrived at the elevator of her apartment building in the blink of an eye. The ace of the Far East watched her press the password and followed her into the elevator. Gu Nianji, what happened to only going to the elevator? The ace of the Far East explained with a smile, it's too heavy. You won't be able to carry it out even if you get to the elevator. Gu Nianji really couldn't carry the bag, and she didn't want to ask Lu Jin to come down to carry it at this time. She could only press the button for the floor. The elevator went straight to her floor. Soon, with a ding, the elevator door opened. It was her apartment. Gu Nianji opened the door and was about to say, let's stop here. The ace of the Far East had already walked around her briskly. He carried his duffel bag in one hand and an umbrella in the other and strode into her apartment. Gu Nianji, she stood at the door and frowned. Mr. Peter, aren't you going too far? She had actually entered the apartment step by step. The ace of the Far East didn't seem to hear her. He put down his duffel bag and looked around. He nodded and said, your place is not bad. Of course it's not bad. Why don't you see how much the rent is? Gu Nianji was very annoyed by her decline, and her expression turned cold. All right, you can leave now. If you don't leave, I'll really call the police. Call the police. It won't work. I have diplomatic immunity. The ace of the Far East looked at her and smiled mockingly. Think of something else. I don't need to think of anything else. Gu Nianji pulled the door open and pointed outside. She said coldly, hurry up and get out, or I'll call for you. My dad lives across the street. The ace of the Far East was obviously stunned. He rubbed his nose and smiled sheepishly. That's a good move. Okay, I'll go. He did have diplomatic immunity, but in front of the girl's father, he didn't have any immunity. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and watched him walk towards the door. When she was about to reach the elevator, Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that he didn't bring an umbrella. She turned around and took a few quick steps. She picked up the umbrella that the ace of the Far East had put up by the door and rushed to the elevator. She said to the ace of the Far East in the elevator, don't forget the umbrella. It's snowing outside. The ace of the Far East looked at her with bright eyes and said, don't give me an umbrella. I don't want an umbrella. Giving someone an umbrella didn't have a good meaning. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1625, I don't want an umbrella. Today was Monday, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. I saw that the monthly ticket was 2,500. Today was the third update. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the monthly ticket was 2,500 plus updates. There was the third update at 8 p.m., all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1637. Gu Nianji couldn't react in time, so she retracted her hand and said with a straight face, it's fine if you don't want it. You're the one who doesn't want it. Don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. She turned around and returned to her apartment, slamming the door shut. The ace of the Far East stood in the elevator and looked at the door that Gu Nianji had just closed. He still had that cold expression on his face. This scene was fixed on the monitor of Lu Jin's apartment. Lu Jin waved his fist at the monitor and snorted. How dare you be disrespectful to my daughter? You'll be punished by torture. Do you think your father is dead? The corridors and elevators of the apartment on the floor where Lu Jin, Gu Nianji, and Lu Yuan lived were all equipped with a newly developed surveillance system. This monitoring system was a set of mini monitors the size of a needle tip. It could perform high-performance facial recognition and monitor the elevators on their floor at the right time. Only his, Lu Yuan's, and Gu Nianji's appearances had been identified and stored by the system in advance. If a fourth person enters the elevator, the surveillance system will alarm. Lu Jin was woken up by the alarm on the monitor after Deputy Chief Counsel Peter entered the elevator. He, who had already fallen asleep, got up with a grunt and pounced in front of the surveillance camera. In the end, he witnessed the entire process of Deputy Chief Counsel Peter following Gu Nianji into the room. Several times, he was so anxious that he wanted to rush to Gu Nianji's door and scold Mr. Peter. However, he resisted the urge. Because his daughter had grown up, he had to give his daughter some autonomy. He believed that she could handle this matter by herself. After all, Gu Nianji was Peter's savior. Lu Jin had a hunch that he wouldn't harm Gu Nianji. However, this kind of pestering behavior gave Lu Jin a headache. Fortunately, his daughter was powerful enough. In the end, she used her father's name and successfully scared Peter away. That's right, so what if you have diplomatic immunity? As Nianji's father, if he said he didn't like her, then he didn't like her. Did he have to choose his words carefully to avoid embarrassing her? The ace of the Far East walked out of the elevator and saw that the snow outside was indeed getting heavier. Expressionlessly, he turned up the collar of his coat and walked out into the snow. Not long after walking on the sidewalk of the apartment complex, the ace of the Far East suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on a holly tree at the edge of the sidewalk. If he was not mistaken, the streetlight shone from behind the holly tree, and he could vaguely see a figure standing behind it. The person standing behind the tree waited for a while. Seeing that he did not leave and kept looking in his direction, he chuckled and simply walked out from behind the holly tree. Deputy Chief Counsel Peter, you really care about our Ninji. The man held a lighter in his hand and lit a cigarette in his mouth with a whoosh. The ace of the Far East looked at the person quietly and regained his cold expression. He said lightly, so it's Chief Lu. This person was Lu Yuan. He knew from the moment the ace of the Far East entered the elevator, because Lu Jin's surveillance system had also been installed in his room. It was originally just in case, so it was safer for two people to watch than one. Unlike Lu Jin, he was too embarrassed to see Gu Nianji alone with another man. Moreover, he was more interested in Deputy Chief Counsel Peter, so he waited for a while. Seeing that Gu Nianji was determined, he came out early and waited for her on the way out of the apartment complex. He hadn't thought of how to talk to him, but he hadn't expected Deputy Chief Counsel Peter to be so sensitive and notice him almost immediately. Lu Yuan was wearing a very textured charcoal gray cashmere coat. He lowered his eyes and took a puff of his cigarette. He said casually, Deputy Chief Counsel Peter really did something big in the United States this time. The ace of the Far East's face turned cold and he looked at Lu Yuan sternly. Chief Lu, I don't understand what you mean. You don't understand. Lu Yuan still didn't look up. He looked at the snow on the ground and said lightly, everyone in the world knows that your country's Yeltsin and Gorbachev were assassinated in New York this time. That's a disgrace to our country. Our country's leader, Mr. Pushin, has already lodged a solemn protest to the United States. He has closed the American embassy in the Soviet Union and expelled their diplomats. The ace of the Far East put one hand behind his back and smiled faintly. Chief Lu is very concerned about the deaths of Yeltsin and Gorbachev. The television plays it 24 hours a day. It's impossible not to care. Lu Yuan raised his head and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke, blurring his vision. He stared at the beautiful man in front of him, as if he was seeing another shockingly beautiful woman through him. The ace of the Far East snorted, obviously not believing his words. He looked up and down at Lu Yuan, who was almost as tall as him, and suddenly asked. But why does Chief Lu care about Yeltsin and Gorbachev, and not others? Do these two people have any special meaning to Chief Lu? Lu Yuan's eyes, which were as deep as a cold pool, suddenly lit up. It was like the hottest blue flame in the middle of a flame, almost penetrating all the fog. Deputy Chief Counsel Peter, why do you think these two people have special meaning to me? Lu Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, I'm just a businessman. I've never been involved in politics, let alone the politics of other countries. Really? That's even stranger. The corners of the ace of the Far East's lips curled into a smile. You're just a businessman and don't care about politics. However, after you found out that the two leaders of our country, Yeltsin and Gorbachev, were killed, you blocked me on the road in the middle of the night on a snowy day and specifically asked me about these two people. President Lu, don't you think that the reason you gave is illogical? Lu Yuan took another puff of his cigarette and said nonchalantly, as I said, the news these days is too powerful. I can't not pay attention to it. I'm just curious. Deputy Chief Counsel Peter was also present at that time. With Mr. Peter's power, how could he let someone succeed? If I remember correctly, Deputy Chief Counsel Peter once admitted to us that you were from the KGB. That was when the bug he had installed on Gu Nianji was discovered. He had personally come to the place where Gu Nianji was recuperating to apologize. He had confessed that installing the bug was just his professional habit, and he had said that he was from the KGB of the Soviet Union. He had asked Lu Yuan and Lu Jin to cooperate with him to ensure Gu Nianji's safety. The smile on the ace of the Far East's face faded, and then he quickly raised a new smile. President Lu also said that you don't care about politics. In my opinion, your political sensitivity is extraordinary. You flatter me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. It's just that I once had a dream in this area, but the dream was shattered. I could only be an honest businessman, a career with no future. If President Liu says that there's no future after building a business to such an extent, then we really don't want to live anymore. The ace of the Far East took a step forward with a half-smile and got closer to Lu Yuan. He leaned forward slightly and moved in front of Lu Yuan. He lowered his voice and said something. Lu Yuan's expression changed. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him. He didn't even notice that the cigarette was about to burn his fingers. This is today's second monthly ticket, 2,500 plus updates, Chapter 1626, stopped. Remind everyone of your monthly and recommendation tickets. There will be a third update at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1638. The ace of the Far East slowly straightened his body and looked at the tall man opposite him in a daze with satisfaction. He reached out and took the still-burning cigarette from Lu Yuan's hand. He casually threw it into the trash can not far away and repeated what he had just said. Winter is here. Will spring be far behind? Lu Yuan came back to his senses and subconsciously said, yes, because in some places, it's winter all year round. At this moment, it was the ace of the Far East who was stunned. Although he had been puzzled for a long time, and although he had been mentally prepared when this person walked out from behind the holly tree and asked him about Yeltsin and Gorbachev, when he heard with his own ears that the other party had caught the code word he had thrown out, his heart still felt as if a hurricane had swept through the surface of the sea, and even the things hidden deep at the bottom of the sea had been dug out. The two of them stood silently in the snowy night and looked at each other, almost like two motionless sculptures. The snow was already falling fast, and soon a layer of sparkling snow covered their shoulders and heads. After a long time, Lu Yuan let out a soft sigh and said, "You're finally here." His voice was so low and ethereal, and the moment it left his mouth, it disappeared without a trace with the snow. However, the ace of the Far East's sharp ears still caught this inexplicable sentence. He didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. Then, he asked out of the blue. You sent us the coordinates, right? Lu Yuan reached out and brushed the snow off the ace of the Far East's head and shoulders. He said kindly, yes, you did a good job. It's the most gratifying thing that our country has a successor. The ace of the Far East's eyes instantly turned red, but he was already standing with his back to the light. Under the cover of the night, even Lu Yuan, who was opposite him, didn't notice this detail. He lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. I've disappointed you. I came here purely for personal matters. Lu Yuan didn't smile. He shook his head solemnly. No, I'm not disappointed. She's worth it. For outsiders, the standard for judging whether something should be done was whether it was worth it or not. However, Hu Xiaoheng knew very well that even if it wasn't worth it, he would still do it. This was the only time in his life that he had been willful, and it was also the choice he had made after careful consideration. However, he didn't refute Lu Yuan. He just said, thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have recovered. He now completely understood why Gu Nianji had been sent to them and why he had been appointed to take over. Even though the man in front of her was in a foreign land, he was still concerned about Song Jinning's illness. In front of this person, Hu Xiaoheng did not need to pretend anymore. He was his senior, and also his elder. But, how did you know about my mother? Hu Xiaoheng was confused. As far as he knew, after the experiment failed 18 years ago, this person, who was his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, disappeared without a trace. At that time, he probably didn't know about Song Jinning's condition. At this moment, Lu Yuan also confessed his identity. He had hidden his identity for 18 years in this strange yet familiar world. I'm your uncle, Wu Guanyuan. After that failed experiment, I was blasted unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a strange place, and the 4 soldiers who came with me were already dead beside me. Hua Xiaoheng's heart tightened. This was caused by the fact that the corresponding bodies couldn't coexist in the same spacetime, right? Hua Guanyuan continued, then I met Lu Jin, Nianji's father. He was the first to discover the abnormal magnetic field fluctuations, find our coordinates, and help me cremate the 4 soldiers. It was also him. After understanding the situation of our experiment in detail, he told me about the possible consequences of the magnetic field resonance experiment. One of them was that the brain would be disturbed by the high-energy magnetic field, causing a genetic imbalance, which was also a phenomenon of mental disorder. Hua Guanyuan was a little embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, Lu Jin helped me see your mother's condition through the magnetic field monitoring. At that time, he could have used energy to directly contact the other world. However, he had used a small amount of energy, and what he saw was Song Jinning's mental disorder. From then on, he had decided to help Song Jinning recover. Because Lu Jin had told him that this disorder was not incurable. However, Lu Jin did not have much energy stored at that time, and he was deeply distrustful of the other world. Therefore, after observing for a period of time, he turned off the monitoring to save energy. In the subsequent contact, he only gave Hua Guanyuan a very small amount of energy to communicate with the other world. Hua Guanyuan considered this complicated situation, and didn't want this kind of experiment to be used by those with ulterior motives on the other side. They would disregard the lives of the soldiers and forcefully conduct more experiments. Therefore, he used a very obscure method to guide the other party step by step to achieve his goal of saving Song Jinning. In fact, his concerns were completely correct. Then, he took out 4 military identification cards and said to Hua Xiaoheng, these are their relics, as well as their ashes. If there's a chance, help me bring them back. Aren't you going back? Hua Xiaoheng didn't take the 4 military identification cards. He asked calmly, it's better if you take them back yourself. Hua Guanyuan gripped the 4 military identification cards tightly. Veins popped out on the back of his hand, and his voice was exceptionally hoarse. I won't go back. Oh. I heard that you haven't started a family here yet. You have a wife and daughter over there. Why don't you go back? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. Besides, our country needs people like you. Hua Xiaoheng sincerely admired this uncle of his. No, I'm already old. Our country is relying on you now. Hua Guanyuan still stubbornly extended his hand and handed the 4 military identification cards to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the man in front of him quietly. He thought of his paintings and the things that were buried deep in his heart. He seemed to understand his stubbornness. You're really not going back? Hua Xiaoheng slowly reached out his hand with a deep regret on his face. It's a pity that a lot has changed over the years. Have you paid attention to it? Hua Guanyuan sighed again. Every observation consumes energy. In order to save energy, we don't do meaningless surveillance. Every time the 2 worlds were connected, whether it was communication, real-time surveillance, or direct travel between the 2 worlds, it would consume energy. He and Lu Jin weren't as rich as He Qingjian and the others. They could contact the other world however they wanted and didn't care about the energy consumption. After all, they were acting on behalf of the country. They weren't like Hua Guanyuan and Lu Jin who were playing a small game. But it was also because of this that when He Qingjian ordered his men to kidnap Gu Nianji and bring her back, Lu Jin fought an energy war with them. These people got carried away and used up the huge amount of energy they had stored, leaving only a little bit of energy left to monitor the other world. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Hua Guanyuan's understanding of their world was still stuck at the level of more than a decade ago, so he quickly began to explain to him. My mother was mentally abused by your daughter, Hua Zhelan, during those more than a decade of illness. She almost lost her life. If it weren't for Nianji, my mother wouldn't have lived to send me here. What? Jilan. How dare she? Huo Guanyuan almost lost his mind when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and a rare expression of anger appeared on his face. Yes, and by Genie. Do you know her? After my mother fell ill, she took over the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and became my father's girlfriend. By the way, she killed your wife, Luo Xinxue, in order to take away your phone 11 years ago. After seeing Huo Guanyuan's extremely shocked expression again, Hu Xiaoheng said with satisfaction, but don't be angry. Nianji has already helped Aunt clear her name and sent by Genie to prison. Hu Jilan, who is now Luo Jilan, is also in prison for treason. Huo Guanyuan's mind was digesting so much information that was completely different from what he knew, and his mind was in a mess. Even though he was especially good at hiding his emotions, he couldn't control his expression at this moment. Xinxue is already dead. Bai Genie became your father's girlfriend. Then your mother. Huo Guanyuan stammered, his heart beating like a drum. Yes, my father divorced my mother many years ago on the grounds that she was seriously ill and couldn't live as a couple. That's why he could find a serious girlfriend. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his normal deep and magnetic voice. His tone was very heavy. Huo Guanyuan could hardly believe his ears. His face instantly turned red. What reason did your father use? How could he be so shameless? Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about these things, so he immediately said, by the way, we also know that Luo Jilan isn't your biological daughter, but the posthumous child of your comrade. Huo Guanyuan felt a little guilty about his wife's death. He didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of him. If it weren't for that phone, Luo Xinxue wouldn't have been killed. Huo Guanyuan knew that he was responsible because he didn't treat her as his real wife at all. Therefore, he didn't expect that his relic would be handed over to his wife. Then, what about your grandmother? Huo Guanyuan couldn't help asking. He had thought that his relic would be handed over to his mother, Xie Zian. Hu Xiaoheng's expression truly dimmed. Grandmother also passed away not long after you left. Huo Guanyuan thought about the changes in the world over the past 18 years and sorted out his thoughts. In other words, your grandmother has passed away, Luo Xinxue is dead, Bai Genie and Luo Jilan are in prison, and your father and your mother divorced many years ago. Hu Xiaoheng nodded heavily and asked hopefully, then, do you still want to stay here? This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1627, you're finally here. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1639. Huo Guanyuan was obviously in a state of disbelief and shock, but he was already able to control his expression and emotions, so he didn't make a sound. Hu Xiaoheng carefully observed Huo Guanyuan's expression. He thought for a moment and said, grandfather is still alive. However, after you left home, our family had another family with the surname Zhang. Huo Guanyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint sneer appeared on his lips. Zhang. Is it head nurse Zhang and her son and grandson? Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips, his mind racing. You knew. So, you all know. Huo Guanyuan nodded calmly. Of course I know. Head nurse Zhang was hiding something, but I was too lazy to expose her. But as long as I'm here, she can forget about bringing the child she secretly gave birth to into the Huo family. Hu Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. When you weren't around, she brought her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren into the Huo family. She even said that she was comforting grandfather. How do we comfort him? Huo Guanyuan was a little nervous. Was your grandmother still around at that time? Not anymore. Hu Xiaoheng knew that this uncle had a close relationship with grandmother's mother, so he quickly explained, grandmother had already passed away when Zhang Feng brought her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren into the Hua family. As for the troubles that followed, Hua Xiaoheng did not intend to tell Hua Guanyuan now. Or rather, he should not be the one to say these things. The expression on Hua Guanyuan's face gradually became solemn. So, if I'm gone, and your grandmother is gone, your father and grandfather won't be doing human affairs anymore? He didn't know how to respond. Hua Guanyuan could scold his father and brother like that, but even if Hua Xiaoheng agreed in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. This is too much. Hua Guanyuan punched the bare trunk of the parasol tree next to him. Your grandfather used Zhang Feng to humiliate your grandmother, and your father used Bai Genie to humiliate your mother. What about you? Have you ever done anything for your grandmother and mother? Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, I was only 12 years old then. May I ask what I could have done? Run away from home and become a delinquent? You left your mentally ill mother aside and did nothing about her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mean to mock Hua Guanyuan, but Hua Guanyuan's face burned when he heard it. He was living a peaceful life here alone. Wasn't that the same as throwing his mother aside and not caring about her? When he made up his mind to sacrifice, he thought that his mother would understand him. But when he found out that his mother had passed away before him, the heart-wrenching pain was almost unbearable for him. When he thought about how his mother had to send off her son, the pain and anxiety she must have felt was even heavier than his own. His eyes finally turned red. Hua Guanyuan's voice choked, but he said firmly, Go back. I must go back. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Hua Guanyuan was getting emotional, he quickly said, When grandmother passed away, she arranged everything. When you go back, I will show you my grandmother's will. She left you a fund, and I am in charge of it for the time being. When the time comes, I can pass it to you. Hua Guanyuan waved his hand and took a deep breath. He said, No need. I'll give you all those things. Treat them as a wedding gift for you and Nianji. At the mention of Gu Nianji, Hua Guanyuan's gaze sharpened. Are you going to continue hiding it from her? Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said sincerely, I hope you can help me deal with it, uncle. I'm worried that she won't be able to hide it. If He Zhichu and He Qingjian find out, she'll suffer again. That time, when He Qingjian would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go, Gu Nianji resolutely took the bullet for him in front of him. He watched helplessly as she fell in his arms. At that moment, he was completely stunned. His brain also felt like it had been hit by a sniper rifle, and it went blank for 2 to 3 seconds. For the first time, he was at a loss. It was as if he was in a deserted wilderness, and he couldn't see anything. He only came back to his senses when He Zhichu took her away from his arms. However, his posture could no longer be cold, and his voice could no longer pretend to be clear. He could only give a series of instructions to the KGB in a hoarse voice. At that time, he knew that this girl's passion and love could not be stopped by anyone or anything. The luckiest thing in his life was to meet her. The best decision in his life was to fall in love with her. Hua Guanyuan also clearly thought of the time Gu Nianji had been hit by a sniper rifle bullet. He said with lingering fear, Okay, I understand. But if you're always by her side, aren't you afraid that she'll fall in love with someone else? Hua Xiaoheng retracted his thoughts and smiled. So what if she falls in love with someone else? She's still in love with me anyway. His words were arrogant, and asking for a beating. Hua Guanyuan instantly retracted his concern and sympathy and said coldly, Okay, then don't expect me to be nice to you in the future. That won't do. Hua Xiaoheng brushed the snow off his shoulders and said casually, I'm a Soviet diplomat. You're such a good person, so why would you be so mean to a diplomat? This will make Nianji suspicious. Just be respectful to me like before. Hua Guanyuan thought about Gu Nianji's relentless pursuit of the Sanxian fried rice. He was both alert and aggrieved. He couldn't help but ask. Did you make her that kind of sansien fried rice? The kind your mother made for you when you were young? He paused for a moment, then said proudly, "It's the kind of sansien fried rice that I taught your mother to make. It's also the only kind of rice that your mother knows how to make." Song Jining was a culinary idiot. God knew what method He Guanyuan had used to make a culinary idiot be able to make sansien fried rice that was above average. That was a rare and cherished moment in He Guanyuan's memory. He would never share it with anyone even if he was beaten to death. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and immediately asked, "You made sansien fried rice for Nianji?" Although He Guanyuan didn't want to admit it, he still nodded bitterly. She didn't know who I was, but she seemed to be very familiar with the taste of that kind of fried rice. She asked me where I learned it several times. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and rubbed his wrist. He said, "Nianji is very smart. She won't forget what she eats after eating it once. That's why I said that I didn't know how to cook from the beginning. That way, I wouldn't reveal any flaws." Sly. He Guanyuan glared at him, but he was happy for him. When he was Hu Xiaoheng's age, he wasn't as calm and composed as he was now. It was a good thing for the country that he was smarter and more capable than him. Only when each generation was smarter and more capable than the previous one would a country be able to prosper. Hu Xiaoheng shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Then let's keep it the same for now. After I'm done here, we'll discuss how to go back." He wouldn't reveal his identity to Gu Nianji until the last moment. He Guanyuan was reminded and quickly asked, "What agreement did you make with the Soviet Union? They're not easy to get along with. Don't think that they'll help you selflessly." Hu Xiaoheng didn't tell He Guanyuan everything. He just said nonchalantly, "I know. We're just taking what we need." After a pause, he placed his hand on He Guanyuan's shoulder and said firmly, "I won't harm the interests of the Huaxia Empire here either. Although this country wasn't his, they were born from the same roots. He wouldn't forget his roots." "I believe you." He Guanyuan patted his shoulder and sighed. "This place is actually not bad. I've been here for 18 years, and I've almost forgotten what it's like over there. Believe me, our place is better than this place," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. His tone was deep and heavy, and he didn't allow anyone to question him. "Okay, I'll wait to go home with you." He Guanyuan reached out his hand to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng shook it heavily when he saw this. At that moment, the last barrier in the hearts of the two men disappeared. The 18 years between the two of them had officially faded away. What they welcomed was a brand new future. He Guanyuan returned to the apartment floor. Instead of going to his room, he went straight to Lu Jin's apartment. Lu Jin was still awake. He was writing a program in front of the computer in the studio. He Guanyuan stood at the door of his studio and knocked on it. He asked calmly, "Do you remember the call I asked you to make 8 years ago when we were planning to send Nianji to the other world?" Lu Jin's typing hand paused for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and stomped on the ground. He turned the computer chair around and glared at He Guanyuan. "Boss Lu, it's so late, and you're telling me about what happened 8 years ago. Are you dreaming? Just pretend I'm dreaming." He Guanyuan said coldly, "I asked you to call my mother." "Who did you call?" "Lu Jin." He thought hard for a moment before saying, "You called your mother." Seeing that He Guanyuan's expression was strange, Lu Jin quickly said, "Time was too tight at the time, and I didn't want to waste too much energy. When I heard that the person who answered the phone was a woman, I thought it was your mother. After giving her a few instructions, she said she understood, so I hung up." "What's wrong? Did I call the wrong number? Isn't she your mother?" He Guanyuan's fingers clenched into fists, making cracking sounds. However, after glaring at Lu Jin for a long time, he slammed his fist on the door frame and turned to leave. This matter was already over, and Gu Nianji had been safely delivered to Hu Xiaoheng. Song Jining had also recovered because of this. There was no point in dwelling on who he had called back then. Moreover, Lu Jin was really a person of great fortune. His mistake had confused by Genie and did not expose Huo Guanyuan at all. Therefore, Huo Guanyuan was only angry for a while. When his anger subsided, he left. He didn't want to waste his breath on someone like Lu Jin. Because he knew that if he said too much, he would still be the one who would be angry. Lu Jin wouldn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. Lu Jin was even more confused when he saw this situation. However, when he saw that Huo Guanyuan had left without saying anything else, he didn't feel conflicted at all. He turned around and continued programming. He wanted to crack all the internal codes of the Qin Corporation as soon as possible and download everything. He wanted to give it to Nianji as New Year's money during the Spring Festival. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1628, Great Fortune. A reminder to everyone about their monthly and recommendation votes. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. My Weibo account has changed its name. It's now called, Author, Records of Cambrian. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1640. After a night of heavy snow, the entire imperial capital was wrapped in silver, like a sparkling and translucent crystal palace. Gu Nianji had been excited and nervous for half the night. When she got home, she fell into a deep sleep. It was like she had fainted. When she woke up again, it was noon again. Hugging the blanket, she sat up. She was still in a daze, and her mind was still immersed in last night's dream. But when she woke up, she forgot most of last night's dream. She sat on the bed for a while and took out her phone from under the pillow. Sure enough, there were a few missed calls, most of which were from the King of Drama. There was only one call from He Jichu. Gu Nianji thought about it and called He Jichu back first. Young Master He, what can I do for you? Gu Nianji stayed on the bed and didn't want to get up. He Jichu could tell from her voice that she must have just woken up. He put down the work at hand and turned his chair to face the pure white snow outside the window. He said in a light voice, I want to invite you to Fragrant Mountain to admire the snow. Do you want to come? Admiring the snow in Xiangshan. Gu Nianji was indeed looking forward to it. Moreover, she felt that ever since she had determined that the ace of the Far East was Major General Hua, she had been a little too engrossed. It would be terrible if Hua Xiao, who was extremely sensitive and observant, discovered that she had recognized him. So she needed to do something else to distract herself. Gu Nianji chuckled softly and nodded. Okay. I just got up. I'm going to wash up now. Tell me the address. He Jichu had thought that Gu Nianji was going to reject him with all sorts of excuses, but in the end, she readily agreed. His spirits lifted. He stood up from his seat and said as calmly as he could, I'll pick you up. Gu Nianji, looking at the heavy snow outside, he felt a headache coming on. It's snowing so heavily outside. How do we get there? Has the snow on the road been shoveled clean? Gu Nianji walked to the window and carefully looked at the situation inside the neighborhood. The sidewalks in the apartment complex had been swept out and sprinkled with salt to prevent frostbite and slip. But on the main road outside, he did not know how the sweeping was going. Gu Nianji muttered. I'm afraid it's not easy to drive on this road. I'd better not go. You don't have to trouble yourself. He Jichu laughed. His shimmering, almond-shaped eyes reflected the white snow that filled the sky, and he had a beautiful charm that said, flowers are even more beautiful when they are in the extreme. It's no trouble at all. He Jichu reached for his coat and put it on before hurrying out of the office. Xie Qingying was wearing a red cashmere skirt coat and a 7-centimeter tall Stuart Weitzman's high-heeled boots walked towards him. Young Master He, are you going to Fragrant Mountain to admire the snow? she asked happily. He Jichu's heart skipped a beat. He said to Gu Nianji, I'll go pick you up with Xie Qingying. Wait at home. I'll call you when we arrive. He hung up. Gu Nianji had actually heard Xie Qingying speak on the other end of the line. Although she had only met and spoken to Xie Qingying once, she remembered her voice very clearly. Seeing that Xie Qingying was accompanying her, Gu Nianji let down her guard and finally agreed to go. However, after hanging up, she thought to herself that Xie Qingying was her cousin. Should she ask her father if he could let her come over? Gu Nianji quickly lifted the blanket and got up. She went to the bathroom to wash up and changed into a handsome stone-white ski jacket and tight black cashmere elastic pants. Because she was going to Fragrant Mountain to admire the snow outdoors, she specially picked a pair of UGG pure wool calfskin flat-heeled boots. These boots were very warm and had non-slip soles. With the help of a memory sponge, she wouldn't be tired at all when walking and climbing the mountain. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw that Lu Jin was already in the living room. She quickly said, Dad, young master he will come to pick me up later to admire the snow and Fragrant Mountain. She added, Xie Qingying will also come with him to pick me up. Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, was Gu Xiangwen's sister, which was also Lu Jin's sister. However, the relationship between the siblings was very bad. Because of the severity of Lu Jin's interpersonal disorder, the siblings had not contacted each other for many years. Because of this, Lu Jin's relationship with Xie Dezhao, Gu Tian, and Xie Qingying's family was very indifferent. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Then have fun. If that Xie Qingying from the new media company treats you badly, tell me. I'm her uncle after all. Seeing her uncle is like seeing her mother. I can teach her a lesson on behalf of her mother. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Is that how you use seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother? Why can't it be used like that? Lu Jin shook his head disdainfully. You can't just enjoy the benefits of seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother, and not bear the obligation of seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother, right? Gu Nianji understood now. She thought about it carefully and realized that there was nothing wrong with it. The advantage of seeing your uncle was like seeing your mother was that your uncle could take care of his nephew like his mother. The obligation of seeing your uncle was like seeing your mother was that your uncle could teach his nephew a lesson like his mother. Gu Nianji gave Lu Jin a thumbs up. Dad, you have the potential to be a lawyer too. Look at this analysis of rights and obligations. But if you use your identity as her uncle to teach her a lesson, wouldn't you be exposed? Gu Nianji said seriously, so it's better not to do anything. Don't you trust your daughter? I'm your daughter. How can I be at a disadvantage? As the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard the roar of a helicopter outside. Even the windows were shaking from the vibrations. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin walked to the window and looked out. They saw a Bell 407 GXP helicopter descend from the sky and stop on the balcony above their heads. Gu Nianji's phone rang again. It was He Jichu. Nianji, come to the roof. I'll take you to Xiangshan. Gu Nianji immediately understood. He Jichu had come to pick her up in a helicopter. She smiled happily and quickly put her backpack on her back. She nodded at Lu Jin and ran out quickly without saying anything. Lu Jin was a little worried, so he quietly followed behind her and watched her get into the elevator and go to the roof. The snow on the roof of the apartment building had been swept clean, but under the huge drive of the helicopter's propellers, the snow piled in the corner of the wall was blown everywhere. Gu Nianji pushed open the door to the top floor, and her face was almost covered by the incoming snowflakes. She quickly put on her down jacket and ferret fur hat and covered her mouth to hide. Not long after, the helicopter's propellers stopped completely. He Jichu, wearing a winter leather jacket, jumped out of the helicopter and walked towards her. Nianji, why aren't you wearing a mask? He reached out to her. I still have a few masks on the plane. Go and try one on. Gu Nianji held his hand and the two of them got into the helicopter together. On the plane, Xie Qingying, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, nodded slightly at Gu Nianji and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Gu." Gu Nianji looked her up and down and nodded with a smile. "Miss Xie is so beautiful today." Xie Qingying's smile widened. "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Gu." "Cousin Xie, we don't have to be so polite, do we?" Gu Nianji made a face at her. "It's more affectionate to call you cousin." Xie Qingying saw that Gu Nianji was being generous, so she didn't pretend to be polite with her. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll call you Nianji." He Jichu sat in the pilot's seat and began to pilot the helicopter into the air. Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying fastened their seatbelts and sat together to chat. Gu Nianji could clearly feel that this Xie Qingying was much more affectionate than the last time she saw her. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1629, Seeing Your Uncle is Like Seeing Your Mother. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation votes. P.S. I've changed the name of my Weibo account. It's now called, Author, Cambrian. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1641. The last time Gu Nianji spoke to Xie Qingying up close was at the Lu Corporation's celebration party in H City. She had specifically asked her about Xie Xian. Xie Qingying sat next to her and opened a small fridge by her feet. She bent down to look at it and asked, "Nianji, what do you want to drink?" "Juice, coffee, and tea." Gu Nianji asked for juice. Xie Qingying carefully poured it into a small paper cup and handed it to her. Gu Nianji smiled and thanked her. She lowered her head to take a sip of juice and started chatting with her. "Cousin Xie, is there a place in Xiangshan that specializes in enjoying the snow?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. When she was in the other world, she had only gone to Xiangshan to see the red leaves, but she hadn't had the chance to see the snow. Xie Qingying smiled and said, "There's a place in Xiangshan called Fragrant Snow Sea. It's actually a plum garden. In winter, the plum blossoms bloom, and it snows heavily. It's the best place to enjoy the snow." Gu Nianji thought about the scene Xie Qingying had described. The plum blossoms were in full bloom, and the plum blossoms were covered with layers of sparkling snow. The plum blossoms were less white than the snow, but the snow was more fragrant than the plum blossoms. The white snow and red plum blossoms complemented each other. Just thinking about it made one drunk. Gu Nianji smiled and teased, "Such a good place should collect the snow on the plum blossoms and put it in a blue and white porcelain jar. It'll definitely be good to use it to make tea in the summer." Xie Qingying was very surprised. "Nianji, I heard that you grew up abroad. I didn't expect you to know so much about our classical culture." Gu Nianji choked. How had she grown up abroad? She had grown up in the opposite Huaxia Empire. Of course, she also knew that her experience couldn't be told to outsiders. Other than the few people at the top, the only people who knew where she had been in the past few years were He Jichu, Wen Shui, and Qin Yaoguang. The others had all had their memories removed, including Qin Jining. Gu Nianji's thoughts turned to Qin Jining. She immediately connected to the special communication channel on the helicopter and used her headset to ask He Jichu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Young Master He, what is Qin Jining doing now? Has he been released?" There was a lot of noise in the helicopter, so it was easier to talk to the pilot in front through a special line. He Jichu wore a very cool pair of aviator sunglasses and focused on the data on the instrument panel. He noticed that someone was speaking on the helicopter's dedicated communication channel, so he accepted it. Hearing that it was Gu Nianji who was asking about Qin Jining, she said casually into the microphone, "He's still locked up. What's wrong? Don't you want to pursue the matter? If you don't pursue the matter, he'll be fine." Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan, had begged him for a long time, but He Zichu hadn't relented. He was bent on giving this favor to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't know that Qin Ziyuan had been begging He Zichu, but she still nodded and said, "It's almost the new year. Let him come out for the new year." Actually, he didn't do anything wrong. It was just that his brain wasn't working well. This time, I'll lock him up for a while so that he'll learn not to be so impatient in the future. He Zichu agreed and said, "Okay, when we get to Xiangsuhai, I'll call them and ask his brother to pick him up." "Thank you, young master He," Gu Nianji said sweetly. She seemed to be in a good mood. After saying this, she turned off the communication channel and couldn't help picking up her phone to look at it again. Last night, after the ace of the Far East left, she had secretly released the King of Drama from the blacklist. Although she still didn't want to answer his call, she felt a sense of accomplishment when she saw his missed call. Xie Qingying took good care of Gu Nianji from the side. At that moment, she cut another plate of fruit and placed it in front of her. She said, "I didn't know what kind of fruit you liked, so I cut some randomly. Try it and see which one tastes better." Gu Nianji saw that the fruit plate was filled with common fruits. She glanced over and saw yellow oranges, snow-white bananas, pink and tender lychees, red dragon fruits, ivory mangosteen, jackfruit, translucent green carambola, mangosteen that looked like water chestnuts, and egg fruit that tasted the same as egg yolk. She ate a piece of orange first. She had thought that it was a very ordinary fruit, but when she ate it, she realized that it was definitely not an ordinary fruit. It tasted as sweet as honey, and a little bit of sourness perfectly neutralized the excessive sugar in the orange. It actually left a fragrant taste in her mouth. Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "These oranges are specially supplied, right? Only specially supplied fruits would have such quality." Xie Qingying raised her willowy eyebrows and said with a smile, "Huh? You also know about the special supply?" Gu Nianji chuckled and shook her head. "I don't know. I'm just a commoner. How would I know about the legendary special supply?" Xie Qingying heard her say that and understood that she was unhappy. She quickly apologized. "Nianji, that's not what I meant. You grew up abroad, so I thought there was no such thing as special supply overseas." Gu Nianji reflected on herself and felt that she had made a mountain out of a molehill. To be honest, she didn't have much of a relationship with Xie Qingying. Although the two of them were considered relatively close relatives, as the saying went, distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors. The two families hadn't been in contact for so many years, and she and Xie Qingying were like strangers. It was better not to be too demanding. Therefore, she quickly smiled and said, No, I was just joking. Even if you haven't seen a pig walk, you've eaten pork, haven't you?" She deliberately said, "Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig walk," to ease the atmosphere. Moreover, as a child on the internet, she had really eaten pork, but had never seen a pig in the real world. Xie Qingying covered her mouth and laughed even harder. "Nianji, you're so funny." She felt that Gu Nianji was a more and more interesting person. The distance between the two of them quickly narrowed. However, it didn't take long before He Zichu asked them to prepare to get off the plane because Xiangshuahai had already arrived. He Zichu parked the helicopter in an empty field 500 meters away from fragrant Snow Sea Plum Garden. If the helicopter stopped too close, it would affect the snow on the plum blossoms and destroy the snow scenery. After the helicopter stopped, Gu Nianji took He Zichu's arm and got off the helicopter. As soon as she got off the helicopter, she smelled a thin, sweet fragrance. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and smiled. This is indeed a good place to enjoy the snow. He Zichu let her stand firmly and turned around to reach out to Xie Qingying on the helicopter. Xie Qingying smiled and said, "I can get off by myself." As she spoke, she had already valiantly gotten off the helicopter. She wore a fiery red coat and 7-centimeter black boots. Her long, wavy hair flowed down her back, and her red lips were like flames. Against the white snow on the plum blossoms, she was incomparably beautiful. Gu Nianji was stunned by the sight. Xie Qingying stood beside He Jichu with a smile, like a perfect couple. Behind them was the spotless silver-white helicopter. Just looking at the scene, it was like a giant photo of a helicopter advertisement. Gu Nianji couldn't help but take out her phone and take several photos of them. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, and Xie Qingying's long, wavy hair fluttered in the wind. A strand of hair happened to sweep in front of He Jichu, carrying a natural fragrance. He Jichu's eyes were lowered, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were hidden under his thick eyelashes. His handsome face had a slight smile as he looked at Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying's eyes were practically glued to He Jichu. Gu Nianji finally understood. So cousin Xie had taken a fancy to He Jichu. She looked at He Jichu, then at Xie Qingying, and nodded in satisfaction. From their appearances, the two of them really looked like a good match. Moreover, one was the Prime Minister's niece, and the other was a major general in the military. Also, one was her biological cousin, and the other was her sworn brother. She gave them full marks and wasn't afraid that they would be proud. He Jichu saw Gu Nianji raising her phone to take pictures of them, but didn't stop her. He strode over and said, "Come, let's take a selfie." As he spoke, he took the phone from Gu Nianji and raised it high, aiming it at himself and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. From this angle, He Jichu's face was in the front, and her face was in the back, making her face look small. It looked good. He Jichu mainly aimed at Gu Nianji and pressed a few buttons. Then he took out his phone and used AirDrop to send the photos to his phone. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Let me see." Gu Nianji quickly said, "Let me see." He Jichu returned the phone to her and quickly strode away. Gu Nianji looked at his back in confusion, then looked down at the selfie He Jichu had taken of the two of them. Gu Nianji looked at his back in confusion, then looked down at the selfie He Jichu had taken of them earlier. Gu Nianji was furious when she saw it. He Jichu's face was thin, and his facial features were deep and three-dimensional. With this kind of face, no matter how the photo was taken, her face still looked small. He Jichu's face was thin, and his facial features were deep and three-dimensional. With this kind of face, no matter how the photo was taken, her face still looked small. And because of He Jichu's comparison in front of the camera, Gu Nianji's face looked even bigger in the back. "Young Master He. Delete the photo. Take another one." Gu Nianji frowned as she put away her phone and quickly chased after him. Xie Qingying looked at Gu Nianji playing around like a child. She shook her head with a smile and slowly walked behind her. She was wearing high-heeled boots, so she couldn't run in the snow. Gu Nianji caught up with He Jichu and jumped to ask him for his phone. He Jichu acted as if he didn't hear her and strode forward with a smile. Sometimes, he would deliberately take a step to the side and do an ice skating motion. Gu Nianji almost fell. He Jichu didn't help her up. Instead, he laughed out loud. Under the blue sky, his smile was especially bright and clear in the snow. It was like the snow on plum blossoms, plain and beautiful. Xie Qingying couldn't take her eyes off him, so she couldn't help running after him. She almost forgot that running on this kind of ground with her 7-centimeter high high-heeled boots was a disaster. With a thud, she fell to the ground. She had sprained her ankle. Gu Nianji heard the sound and turned around to look. She quickly called out to He Jichu, "Young Master He, cousin Xie fell." He Jichu turned around and saw Xie Qingying sitting on the black mountain road that had just been swept. The hem of her red cashmere coat was already covered in black soil, but she wasn't too upset. She only smiled and said, "I think I sprained my ankle." "Young Master He, do you know if there's any ointment in the fragrant snow sea? Hijichu walked back and knelt on one knee in front of her. He lifted her calf with one hand and touched her ankle with the other. Through the leather boots, she couldn't feel it very clearly, but Xie Qingying's brows clearly furrowed. It was probably more painful. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Young Master He, shall we help cousin Xie over?" Xie Qingying struggled to stand up and said embarrassedly, "No need, it's not very painful. I'll be fine after resting for a while." She endured the pain in her ankle and tried her best to walk normally. However, with every step she took, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She didn't know that her face was whiter than snow. Gu Nianji poked Hijichu's arm and whispered, "Young Master He, cousin Xie is in a lot of pain. I think she sprained her ankle quite badly." Hijichu looked at her for a while and secretly clenched his fists. He turned to Xie Qingying and said, "Come, I'll carry you." With a calm expression, he half squatted down in front of her and gave her his entire back. Xie Qingying was at a loss. Happiness had come too quickly, and she didn't know how to deal with it. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1630, Fragrant Snow Sea. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1642. Gu Nianji advised from the side, "Cousin Xie, if it really hurts, don't hold on. I know the pain of a sprained ankle. It's like walking on the tip of a knife." Xie Qingying was embarrassed. If she continued to refuse, it would seem like she was being unreasonable. She nodded at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, thank you. I won't stand on ceremony then." She gently attached herself to Hijichu's broad shoulders, narrow waist, and inverted triangular back. Xie Qingying thought to herself as she clung to Hijichu's hard shoulder. She didn't expect young Master He to look thin, but he was actually quite muscular. Her pretty face blushed slightly. She put her head on the side of Hijichu's neck and was carried all the way into Xiangsuohai's gate. Gu Nianji followed beside Hijichu and Xie Qingying. She helped hold Xie Qingying by the side as she looked around curiously. No wonder this place was called Xiangsuohai. It was because there were 3 big words inscribed on a big stone next to the entrance gate. The house in Plum Garden was built in an antique style. The wall was a wooden fence painted with tung oil. There was also a screen wall facing the gate, blocking the scene in the courtyard. After going around the screen wall, an ancient-style mansion on the top of the mountain appeared in front of them. Green tiles, white walls, black pillars, front eaves and back buildings. The windows were covered with snow-white paper, and there were a few lanterns hanging from the eaves of the corridor. Gu Nianji couldn't take it all in. She didn't pay attention to the road under her feet and almost fell. Although Hijichu was looking ahead with Xie Qingying on his back, he kept looking at Gu Nianji from the corner of his eye. Gu Nianji's body had just turned sideways when Hijichu immediately reached out and held her arm firmly. "Thank you, young Master He." Gu Nianji thanked him with a smile and helped him hold Xie Qingying on his back. Xie Qingying's heart was beating wildly. Her attention was completely focused on Hijichu, so she didn't notice what had just happened. It wasn't until Gu Nianji held her back that she turned to look at her and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Nianji? Is something the matter?" Gu Nianji smiled and pointed at the gate in front of them. "We're almost there. Later, ask the people here if they have any medicine. I think safflower oil is very good." Xie Qingying smiled and said, "Safflower oil is indeed not bad, but it tastes a little strong. If not, you can apply ice to it temporarily." Gu Nianji nodded and looked up to see that the door of the mansion in front of her had already opened. A handsome young man in a smoky gray cashmere cardigan walked out and said in surprise, "Young Master He. You're finally here." When he saw Xie Qingying on Hijichu's back, the man smiled mischievously. What's wrong with Miss Xie? Young master could it be that you lost a bet, so you have to carry our Miss Xie in? Xie Qingying quickly said, Shaoli, don't talk nonsense. I just sprained my ankle and can't walk. By the way, do you have any ointment here? For example, safflower oil. Ah. Did you really sprain your ankle? The young man named Little Li looked at He Jichu in surprise, then quickly glanced at Xie Qingying's legs in high-heeled boots. It was indeed difficult to walk in these boots on a snowy day. Xiao Li's expression turned serious. I'm going to find someone to get some medicinal wine. Do you want me to call another doctor over? There's no need to trouble yourself. I have a family doctor at home. I'll just ask him to take a look at me tonight, Xie Qingying quickly said with a smile. It would be too troublesome to reject Xiao Li. Xiao Li had his own ideas. Whether he only wanted the medicinal wine or to hire a doctor, he would have to see Xie Qingying's injuries before making a decision. He turned around and pulled open the thick leather curtain to let He Jichu carry Xie Qingying in. As soon as he pulled open the curtain, the sound of music could be heard from inside. It was like the sound of a guzheng, like the gurgling of spring water. It was especially warm and moving on this snowy day. Gu Nianji enjoyed the beautiful music and followed him in. As soon as she entered the house, she realized that the mansion was really a different world. The 3 rooms of the ancient building, 1 bright and 2 dark, were all connected to become a large living room that could be used as a ballroom. On the left and right sides, there were irregularly shaped treasure pavilions that were divided into several small spaces that were connected to each other and relatively independent. In each small space, there was a postmodern style sofa with a simple and exquisite shape. The floor around the sofa was covered with geometric patterns. In the corner on the right side of the wall on the north side, there was a small garden surrounded by green plants. In the octagonal pavilion with a small bridge and flowing water, a beautiful girl in an ancient costume sat in the octagonal pavilion and played the guzheng. The living room was filled with young men and women dressed in low-key and luxurious clothes. They sat or stood in groups of 2s and 3s, forming small groups. They held cocktail glasses and chatted and joked with each other. The atmosphere was very harmonious and friendly. Gu Nianji was amazed. The city sure knew how to have fun. She was a country bumpkin, so she should go back to the countryside. He Jichu and Xie Qingying were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Li, who had led them in earlier, walked over with a smile and said, Miss Gu, right? Young master, he took Sister Xie to check on her injuries. Have a seat, don't stand on ceremony. Gu Nianji also smiled and greeted him. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Li, Xie Qingying is my cousin. I also want to see how her injuries are. Sister Xie is your cousin. Oh, then you're my cousin. Xiao Li beamed. My mother is Sister Xie's father's distant cousin. Gu Nianji had a headache because of the relationship. She could only chuckle and say, where are they? I'll go take a look. Hey, Miss Gu, let's not be the third wheel. Xiao Li stopped her with a laugh. Is it not fun here? Shall I find a handsome guy to talk to you? Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. No need, no need. I'm just worried about cousin Xie. It's not a minor injury to sprain your ankle wearing such high-heeled boots. That's why I've already sent someone to get a doctor. Xiao Li whispered, don't let cousin Xie know. His careful teasing made Gu Nianji relax. She nodded and said, okay. She then asked him, are you very familiar with cousin Xie and young master He? Yes, we've known each other since we were young. Xiao Li looked Gu Nianji up and down and smiled. Actually, we played together when we were young, but you definitely don't remember me. Gu Nianji pointed at her head and smiled. Yes, I don't remember what happened before I was 12 years old. Some I remember, some I don't. Actually, she didn't remember anything at all, but because of the lawsuit with Qin Yaoguang and the others, she had to remember part of what happened before she was 12 years old. Otherwise, Lu Jin's secret identity would be exposed. Gu Nianji was very cautious. She wouldn't let anyone have anything against her at any time. Shaoli shook his head regretfully and said, "But you're much prettier than you were when you were young. Are you single now? Can I pursue you?" Gu Nianji was amused by Shaoli's serious expression. She avoided the topic and said, "I'm still young, so I have to focus on my career now." "But Mr. Li, you're not being nice. You clearly like the girl who plays the zither over there. Why are you trying to take advantage of me?" Shaoli rubbed his chin and asked in confusion, "Is it that obvious? I thought I covered it up very well. When you were talking to me, your eyes glanced over there every 5 seconds on average. You call that a good cover-up?" Gu Nianji couldn't help pursing her lips in disdain. Compared to Hu Xiaoheng, who was the king of drama, Shaoli wouldn't last more than 3 seconds in a TV series. Hee, isn't she very beautiful? She plays the zither so beautifully, although I don't understand it at all. Shaoli whispered to her, making her very happy. Not long after, Shaoli's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. He quickly stood up and said, "The doctor I invited has arrived. I'm going to pick him up. Miss Gu, please help yourself." Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and bring the doctor to examine cousin Xia." Not long after Shaoli left, he came back with someone. Gu Nianji looked up at the door and saw 2 men and a woman following Shaoli in. The man walking next to Shaoli was tall and carried a small medicine box. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and elegant. He followed Shaoli to a small door on the east side of the living room without looking sideways. The other man and woman didn't follow him in. They stood at the door and glanced at the situation in the living room. Gu Nianji glanced at the 2 of them curiously and suddenly felt that they looked a little familiar. The woman standing at the door had long black hair and thick bangs that covered her slender eyes. She was very flirtatious. She had snow-white skin, a small nose and mouth, and a face as round as a full moon. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She thought that this woman was a little similar to Wen Shuyi. However, she wasn't as scholarly as Wen Shuyi. The man's facial features were good, but his eyes were cloudy and his gaze was wretched. It made people uncomfortable to look at him. Gu Nianji looked away and decided to take another look at the girl playing the zither in the octagonal pavilion to clear her eyes. At that moment, the man with the wretched eyes also saw the girl playing the zither in the octagonal pavilion. His eyes lit up and he wanted to rush over to talk to her, but he was held back by the woman beside him. "Second brother, don't look for that kind of unpresentable woman again. How many times have you played with this kind of woman? Aren't you tired of her?" The woman who had followed the doctor said impatiently, then pointed in Gu Nianji's direction. "Even if you want to look for someone, you have to look for that one over there. If you marry her, you can struggle less for more than 10 years. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1631, Struggle Less for More Than 10 Years. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1643. The young man with the lewd eyes casually glanced at Gu Nianji, and his eyes suddenly froze. Such long legs, such a thin waist, and such a voluptuous chest. This figure was too unscientific. The man was almost drooling. Who is this? Is she from a good family? Why haven't I seen such a hot girl in the upper echelons of the imperial capital? The man smiled lecherously. When he saw Gu Nianji looking over, he immediately held the door frame and posed, winking at her. "Gu Nianji, where did this idiot come from?" She quietly looked away and stood up from the sofa. Seeing that she was about to leave, the woman who had followed the doctor quickly pushed the man's arm and said, "She's the famous Gu Nianji. Don't you know? I told you that you shouldn't be hanging around those young models all day long. Which girl from a good family would come out to be a young model at such a young age? You deal with these unpresentable people all day long. How can you get to know a really good girl? She's Gu Nianji." The man was shocked and quickly stood up. "She's the Gu Nianji who sent Auntie Chin to prison." "Yes, who else could it be?" The woman nodded and lowered her voice. "Look at what she's done, but the old master still treats her as his granddaughter. He has no intention of pursuing the matter at all. I heard that this new year, the old master will invite her back to change her surname, acknowledge her ancestors, and celebrate the new year together. Look, even if Auntie Chin isn't in prison and has a criminal record, she's still Auntie Chin's only daughter and the old master's only granddaughter. Do you know why she changed her surname?" The man with the lewd eyes was even more interested. "Change her surname? Acknowledge her ancestors? Is it to determine the inheritance rights?" These people's families were considered rich and had a certain social status. As the third generation of rich people, they were most concerned about inheritance rights. That's what everyone guesses. The woman looked around and said, "Look, no one is stupid. Didn't young master he bring her to Xiangsuahai? This circle is filled with the descendants of the top of the upper echelons. With our status, we usually can't get in. If I hadn't come with fourth brother Chin, I would have been stopped by those guards at the foot of the mountain, let alone entering the gate." Gu Nianji was a newcomer, so she knew nothing about Xiangsuahai's supreme position among the second generation of the imperial capital's upper class. However, the two of them knew it very well. "So, if you marry her, you'll have one foot in the capital's upper class. At that time, do you still have to worry about not having the right to inherit?" With that said, the woman patted the man's shoulder and said with a smile, "Second brother, be bold and go. I have faith in you." The man was so aroused by her words that he didn't care about anything else. He quickly came to Gu Nianji's side and said politely and attentively, "Miss Gu, right? Where were they going? Shall I accompany you?" Although he could do whatever he wanted with those young models, he didn't dare to act rashly with women of high status. As the heir of a wealthy family, it would be a waste of his time in the imperial capital if he did not have this kind of judgment. The woman beside him patted her head. She had given up all hope on this brother of hers. She quickly leaned over and smiled at Gu Nianji. "You're Miss Gu, right? I'm Luo Pia Piao, and he's my second brother, Luo Yaozu. Although it's a little presumptuous, we're still relatives. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way." Gu Nianji originally wanted to ignore the two of them, but seeing that they were taking the initiative, especially the girl, she looked more and more like Wen Shui when she smiled. Although her temperament was different, her facial features were there. Gu Nianji's brain was like a high-performance computer. It had already stored the girl's appearance in her mind and automatically analyzed and compared it with Wen Shui's appearance. The more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were quite similar. Her heart skipped a beat, and she said politely, "Really? I just came back and haven't met any relatives yet. May I ask which of my parents are you related to?" "Your mother, of course." Luo Pia Piao clasped her hands and smiled. "Your mother, Auntie Chin, is also our aunt." "Oh." Gu Nianji calmly walked to the high chair at the bar counter and sat down. She raised her chin. "Have a seat." The place she had been in earlier was a little remote in the hall. She didn't know what was good for the two of them, so it was safer to go to a crowded place. This wasn't a great skill. As a single woman, she should have this kind of vigilance when she was at a bar. Not only were there several men and women chatting at the bar counter, but there were also two very powerful bartenders wiping wine glasses and mixing drinks. Gu Nianji knew that these two bartenders must also be the bodyguards and thugs of this place. Sure enough, after she sat down, the handsome bartender on the left walked over with a smile and nodded at her. "Miss Gu, what would you like to drink?" He added, "Young master, he has instructed that Miss Gu can't drink alcohol yet. She can only drink milk and juice." Gu Nianji had originally sat on the high chair with her feet crossed. She had planned to pretend to be a seasoned regular at the bar to satisfy her craving and suppress the siblings. However, she was exposed by the bartender in less than a second. She felt embarrassed and angrily knocked on the bar counter in front of her. "I'm already 20 years old and an adult. Why can't I drink?" Luo Yaozu, who was next to her, watched with his mouth open for a while and quickly said, "Miss Gu, what kind of wine would you like to drink? I'll buy it for you. Who are you?" The handsome bartender didn't wait for Gu Nianji to speak and immediately looked at Luo Yaozu. "I don't remember you being on the customer list. Do you have an invitation? Or an ID card? I'll go check the guest list." They didn't open their business to the public. They used the system of a private clubhouse. If one wanted to come in, they first had to pay a sky-high deposit from a guarantor, and then they had to pay an annual fee of more than 7 figures. After paying the annual fee, one couldn't come as they pleased. When there was an event, the clubhouse would send out invitations. Only the members of the clubhouse who received the invitations could come. This greatly protected the privacy of the members of the clubhouse. He Jichu hadn't appeared in this clubhouse in all these years, but he was one of the founders. Now that he was back, a group of childhood friends and former partners wanted to get together with him. It wasn't easy for him to relent. Everyone took advantage of the snow to book a place called Xiangshuahai and invite him to connect with everyone. The bartender looked at the list of guests for today and was sure that the two of them weren't there. Luo Piapiao didn't expect a bartender to be so arrogant, especially in front of Gu Nianji. She couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She slapped the bar counter with her hand and said, "Brotherly invited us here. He personally brought my brother Qin in just now." "Brother Qin?" The bartender looked at the door thoughtfully. "Is it the orthopedic doctor we hired just now?" "What orthopedic doctor?" "My brother Qin is the famous head of the orthopedic department in the Qin Hospital Corporation." Luo Piapiao was so angry that she was about to turn into a puffer. Luo Yaozu, on the other hand, was a little terrified. The bartender flexed his muscles at him, and he was so weak that he wanted to hide under the table. Gu Nianji looked at the siblings coldly. Although their characters weren't very good, they might be an entry point to dig into the Qin family's history. However, she still had to confirm their identities. Therefore, Gu Nianji didn't stop the bartender from questioning the siblings. She just smiled and watched the show from the side. Another bartender walked over with a smile and handed Gu Nianji a glass of warm milk. "Miss Gu, this is organic milk. It's mellow and delicious." Gu Nianji took it resentfully, inserted the straw, and took a sip. She leaned her back against the bar counter and snorted. "No matter how extravagant you are, it's just a glass of milk. Do you dare to give me a cocktail?" "No, no." The two bartenders laughed together and looked up. "Young master, he is here." Gu Nianji looked up from the milk straw and saw He Jichu striding over from the other side of the living room. When Luo Piapiao saw He Jichu, she was so excited that she couldn't walk. "He! Young master, he!" She stammered as she greeted him, wishing she could kneel under his well-ironed suit pants. He Jichu glanced at her and nodded slightly. He came to Gu Nianji's side and rubbed her head. His cold expression softened slightly. "Why are you unhappy? Did your new friend make you unhappy?" Gu Nianji put the milk on the bar counter. Her dark jade-like eyes darted around nimbly as she said, "How am I unhappy? This is Luo Yaozu, and this is Luo Piapiao." The siblings say they are the children of Qin Yaoguang and her sister. He Jichu sat down and took the red wine from the bartender. He said, Qin Yaoguang is an only daughter. How could she have any sisters? Gu Nianji let out an "aw" and looked at the Luo siblings in confusion. Luo Piapiao quickly said, my mother is Auntie Qin's cousin. We're really relatives of the Qin family. Cousin. That's possible. He Jichu rubbed his forehead. It seems that Qin Yaoguang's family is the only one with few children. The other families are quite fertile. Gu Nianji, this was the first update of the day, chapter 1632, pretty similar to you and your bones. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1644. Luo Piapiao was overjoyed to see that He Jichu agreed with her. I'm not lying, am I? I told you that I'm Auntie Qin's niece, and I'm Miss Gu's cousin. Luo Piapiao went up to hold Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji didn't like physical contact with strangers, so she quietly moved closer to He Jichu. He Jichu understood and looked up at Luo Piapiao. Although there was no expression in his sparkling almond-shaped eyes, it was as if he was flirtatious as long as he looked at someone. Luo Piapiao felt like she couldn't breathe. Her hands and feet instantly stiffened, and she couldn't move. This was the first time she had close contact with her male idol, and she regretted not dressing up more prettily. Gu Nianji saw that He Jichu was able to make Luo Piapiao at a loss with just one look. She was very impressed by him, so she gently patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. He Jichu glared at her, curled his finger, and knocked Gu Nianji on the forehead. He smiled. Impudent. His expression had always been cold and composed, but this smile was like an ice sculpture that had suddenly melted into a pool of spring water. Luo Piapiao felt her legs go weak. She had no choice but to grab onto Luo Yaozu beside her so that she wouldn't make a fool of herself. Luo Yaozu didn't dare say anything. He Jichu's powerful aura was cold and solemn. He didn't even look at him, but he felt like he had been pierced by He Jichu's heart by 10,000 arrows. Not only did his face hurt, but his chest also hurt. Luo Piapiao pinched Luo Yaozu, wanting him to be more promising and at least get close to He Jichu. That way, even if he couldn't get Gu Nianji, he could still get close to young Master He and still be able to do whatever he wanted in the Luo family. However, Luo Yaozu was completely useless. His carefree demeanor in front of the young model was completely useless now. Luo Piapiao had no choice but to rack her brains to talk to Gu Nianji. Cousin Gu, are you free recently? I want to invite you to my house for a casual meal. Luo Piapiao smiled unexpectedly warmly. Your house. Gu Nianji actually wanted to go. It would be even better if she could meet Luo Piapiao's mother. However, before she could think it through, she heard Xie Qingying's voice. I haven't been here for a while. Why does my cousin have a cousin again? Xie Qingying held Xiao Li's arm and walked towards them. Beside them was a young man wearing a light brown wool suit jacket. His eyes were calm, his facial features were delicate, and his expression was restrained. His gait was methodical, and he looked more mature than his age. Gu Nianji's gaze fell on the simple medicine box in the man's hand. She wondered if this was the fourth brother Qin she knew. She didn't have a good impression of the Qin family, so she only glanced at him briefly before looking away. She lowered her head and obediently sat next to He Jichu to drink her warm milk. Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu pounced forward as expected. Fourth brother is here. Miss Xie, are you feeling better? One of them was holding brother Qin's hand, while the other was fawning over Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying glanced at them and smiled at Luo Piapiao. I heard you call Nianji cousin just now. Why didn't I know I had another relative? Nianji's mother and my mother are cousins. Luo Piapiao quickly explained and asked in surprise, is Miss Ye's family also related to the Qin family? Otherwise, why would she also call Gu Nianji her cousin? Xie Qingying leaned against the bar counter and sat down. She said with a half-smile, why should I be related to the Qin family? Because Miss Ye just said that Miss Gu is also your cousin. Then Miss Gu and I are also cousins, so you should also be related to the Qin family. Luo Piapiao tilted her head and spoke much more freely. Luo Yaozu also nodded vigorously. Brother Qin couldn't take it anymore. He only felt that the two of them had arranged to make a fool of themselves today, so he shouldn't have agreed to bring them here. Miss Gu's father and Miss Ye's mother are biological siblings, so they are also cousins. They are closer than Miss Gu and Piapiao's cousins. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, Miss Ye's foot injury isn't particularly serious, but it's not light either. Remember to apply the medicine on time and don't do any intense exercise for 3 weeks. Xie Qingying nodded. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Sorry for the trouble. She then asked Shaoli, did you send a car to send Dr. Qin back? It's snowing. Dr. Qin shook his head and said aloofly, I came by helicopter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly in such heavy snow. Luo Piapiao quickly said, yes, we came by helicopter from the Qin family's private hospital. Actually, Brother Qin also knows how to fly a helicopter, oh. Dr. Qin completely ignored her and only nodded at Gu Nianji. He greeted her, I'm Qin Haoshan, the second son of the Qin family. I'm ranked 4th. Your mother is my aunt. His father and Qin Yaguang were cousins. Gu Nianji smiled. Hello, Mr. Qin. She didn't call him cousin. Qin Haoshan was a little unhappy, but when he thought about how Gu Nianji had even sued her own mother, he couldn't expect her to be nice to her relatives. He quickly felt relieved and said, Uncle wants to invite you back for the new year this year. I wonder if you agreed. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise and spread her hands. Is that so? I had no idea. Maybe I didn't have time to inform you. Qin Haoshan quickly said, I was being too nosy. Please don't take offense. It's fine, it's fine. I won't go so far as to make things difficult for someone over such a small matter. Gu Nianji smiled and raised her glass of milk at him. But since you said it, help me reject it. You don't have to send me an invitation, and you don't have to inform me because I won't be going to the Qin family for the new year. Ha! Cousin Gu, think about it before you say anything. Luo Piapiao was anxious. The old man rarely invites people home for the new year. You should cherish this opportunity. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Gu Nianji said without hesitation, I'll be very busy during the new year and don't want to go anywhere. Qin Haoshan saw that Gu Nianji was determined, and there were many people here. It was not convenient for him to speak up for old Master Qin, so he didn't say anything else. He looked down at his watch and said, okay, I'll bear the consequences if I talk too much. I'll explain it to Uncle. With that, he opened the medicine box and took out a bag of homemade medicine for Xie Qingying. Miss Xie, he said politely, you'll get better faster with this. Xie Qingying took it with a smile. I've troubled Dr. Qin today. Actually, I just sprained my ankle. There's no need to trouble Dr. Qin. Qin Haoshan was an expert in orthopedics at the Qin family's private hospital. It was a great favor for him to come and see a small sprain. Qin Haoshan looked at Xie Qingying intently, and his voice involuntarily softened. It's okay. They're all patients. I'll treat them equally. Gu Nianji looked at Dr. Qin with interest. She thought to herself, if the affection in your eyes when you look at cousin Xia isn't so obvious, I really would believe you. Qin Haoshan left with the Luo siblings. Xie Qingying was called over by her best friend to meet her friend. He Jichu stayed at the bar counter with Gu Nianji. The glass of red wine in his hand was just for show, but he didn't drink it. Gu Nianji coveted the red wine in He Jichu's hand and really wanted to taste it. However, He Jichu knew that her eyes were almost intoxicated, so he didn't let her taste it. He waved his hand and asked for a glass of red grape juice for her. He said, "Drink it. It's the same taste." To hell with the same taste. Gu Nianji was secretly displeased, but she still took the red grape juice. As she took a sip, she whispered, "Young Master He, cousin Xia is very popular. If you don't hurry up, that Dr. Qin will snatch her away." He Jichu spun his wine glass nonchalantly and said lazily, "If it's mine, I won't be able to snatch it away. If it's not mine, I won't be able to keep it. What's the point?" He glanced at Gu Nianji with a faint smile in his sparkling almond-shaped eyes. He said, "I have a Buddhist attitude towards this kind of thing now. I'm glad I got it. If not, my life." This was today's second update, Chapter 1633, Buddhist Attitude. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1645. I'm lucky to have it. Not my life. Gu Nianji muttered and shook her head. Negative, too negative. You'll lose those little sisters who truly love you like this. If she had thought that way back then, she would never have had the chance to be with Major General Hua. He Jichu was amused by Gu Nianji's serious expression. He gently rubbed her head and said with a half-smile, "If someone who truly loves me gives up so easily, then it wouldn't be considered sincere. Don't mind my business. If you care so much about me, be careful that you won't be able to get rid of me again." Gu Nianji, then we can't even be normal friends anymore. Gu Nianji sat up straight and frowned. If even the concern between friends can be misunderstood, then what's the point? What happened to treating me like a sister? He Jichu retracted his hand and smiled self-deprecatingly. He regained his cold and aloof expression and said aloofly, "Then can't we even joke around as normal friends? If a joke has to be taken seriously, then we shouldn't be friends anymore. As for siblings, if you're willing to call me brother, I'll naturally protect you for the rest of your life." When Gu Nianji heard He Jichu say that, she seemed to be angry. She also wondered if she had gone too far just now. It was clearly just a joke. Gu Nianji didn't want He Jichu to be angry. She held her red grape juice with both hands and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Young Master He, I was wrong." He Jichu didn't expect Gu Nianji to apologize directly. He stared at her in a daze for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. It was like the spring breeze blowing across the surface of the ice. There were still ice shards in the ripples, but he still smiled in the end. However, his sparkling almond-shaped eyes were dead silent. He Jichu raised his head and drank the cocktail in his hand in one gulp. He placed the empty glass on the bar counter and gestured for the bartender to bring him another glass of red wine. He patted Gu Nianji's head. "Good, you even know how to apologize. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Brother He is the best." She looked up at He Jichu's cold profile and smiled sweetly. She was like a little kitten that had done something wrong and was trying to act cute to get away with it. Her big black eyes were bright and watery, and all that was missing was a soft cat tail wagging around. He Jichu couldn't be angry at that smiling face no matter what. At this moment, he smiled again. This time, his smile reached the bottom of his eyes, like sunlight, breaking through the dead silence in his peach blossom eyes. The bartender looked at He Jichu, then at Gu Nianji. He shook his head without batting an eyelid. He made Hijichu a cocktail with a higher alcohol content and placed it next to his glass of red wine. Hijichu saw this but didn't say anything. He picked up the red wine and drank it first. Not long after, more and more people gathered around Hijichu. They greeted him, and talked about things. They could also greet Gunyenji. They were all elites among elites. They chatted at the right time and didn't make Gunyenji feel out of place, nor did they make her feel left out. It was as if she was also old friends with them. There was a sense of harmony that made her feel at home. Gunyenji was also a very talkative person. She had met many important people over the years with Xiaoheng, so she didn't have stage fright and could talk about all kinds of topics. In addition, these people all avoided the topic of the Qin family and Qin Yaoguang, so Gunyenji didn't feel embarrassed or stuck. However, the side effect was that Gunyenji couldn't find out anything related to the Qin family at all. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. If Hijichu hadn't been watching from the side, Gunyenji believed that she would have been able to dig up more information related to the Qin family. Unfortunately, he clearly didn't like Qin Yaoguang and didn't want to have anything to do with the Qin family. His childhood friends knew what he meant, so they naturally wouldn't offend him. Gunyenji chatted and laughed for a while, then gradually fell silent. Because most of the people here were men, it was a little inappropriate for a woman like her to be stuck in the middle. The living room happened to be in two circles with Hijichu and Xie Qingying as the center. One circle was mainly made up of men, and the other was mainly made up of women. Gunyenji was feeling bored when Xie Qingying saw her. She quickly helped her best friend over and waved at her with a smile. "Nyenji, come and have a chat with your cousin. Our cousins need to get to know each other better." Gunyenji's eyes lit up. She thought that women were the best at gossiping. Going to Xie Qingying's place to chat with those women should be more rewarding. She quickly looked at Hijichu and said, "Young Master He, I'll go talk to cousin Xie." Hijichu glanced over and was a little hesitant. "Are you okay? You only know Xie Qingying over there." "It's okay. I'll know her when I get there." Gunyenji smiled and jumped down from the high chair. She turned around and waved at Hijichu. "All right, young Master He, you talk. I'll be right back." She skipped over to Xie Qingying and said, "Cousin Xie, don't come over. Your foot hasn't healed yet." Xie Qingying stopped in her tracks and waited for her to pass. She held her hand and returned to their circle. She let Gunyenji sit next to her and introduced her to her friends. Gunyenji, a very capable lawyer. Even if you haven't met her before, you've heard of her name, right? She's very young. She's only 20. The women who could be friends with Xie Qingying all had similar personalities as her, so they all nodded at Gunyenji and said, "I've long heard of your famous name." Gunyenji giggled and said, "Ladies, don't mock me. I'm new here. If I accidentally offend you, you must tell me. I'll apologize immediately." Her lively and cute attitude quickly won the favor of Xie Qingying's friends. Everyone started chatting. Xie Qingying listened with a smile. After a while, she clapped her hands and said, "It's almost time. Let's go out for a barbecue and enjoy the snow." Sure. I heard that there's authentic venison today, and there's a copper wire cover. Everyone can try roasting it like the venison in the dream." Xie Qingying's best friend was the first to stand up. She then turned around and carefully helped Xie Qingying up. Gunyenji couldn't help but think of Ma Qiqi when she saw how close the two of them were. She also had good friends, but unfortunately, they were now far apart. Gunyenji turned around to look in Hijichu's direction. She was a little depressed. Xie Qingying immediately sensed it. She didn't say anything and whispered to her best friend to bring everyone to the barbecue pavilion outside. She fell behind and walked slowly with Gunyenji. Qin Haoshan gave her a walking stick that could shrink into a small wooden stick. It could support half of her body weight. Gu Nianji slowed down when she saw this. She held Xie Qingying's arm and whispered, "Cousin Xie, don't blame me for talking too much, but it's really not suitable to wear these high-heeled boots on such a snowy day. Not to mention climbing a mountain, even on flat ground, the road might freeze after the snow. If they weren't careful, they might fall to the ground." Xie Qingying smiled bitterly and said, "Since you said that, I'll be honest. I'm wearing these clothes for young Master He. I'm only 1.65 meters tall, so I'm not as tall as you. If I'm not tall enough, I won't be able to hold up this dress coat. So even if it's snowing heavily, I still can't help wearing high-heeled boots." To put it bluntly, a woman would dress up for the person she liked. Gu Nianji suddenly understood and quickly nodded. I understand. Cousin Xie is so beautiful, so she looks good no matter what she wears. It's not like young Master He doesn't have eyes. He can see." Xie Qingying pursed her lips and smiled shyly, but she still mustered up the courage to say, "Nianji, you really don't like young Master He?" "I don't mean anything else. If you still like him, I definitely won't get involved between the two of you." Gu Nianji was also a magnanimous person. Seeing that Xie Qingying had said it clearly, she admired her and felt that she liked her even more. She turned around and glanced at He Zhichu. Seeing that he had also brought his group of friends out, she laughed softly and said, "Cousin Xie, I'll tell you the truth. I've always treated young Master He as my brother. In the past, engagement was done by my parents' generation. Do you know how old I was back then? How could I have feelings for young Master He?" "Really?" Xie Qingying's heart was pounding. She looked at Gu Nianji intently. She saw that Gu Nianji's smile was bright and her expression was calm. She didn't look like she was pretending at all. Although she was young, she had been in the new media industry for several years. She was best at reading people's expressions. Xie Qingying believed that Gu Nianji was sincere. Gu Nianji nodded heavily. "Why would I lie to you? I'll also tell you that there are many women who like young Master He, but at the moment, only Cousin Xie's overall qualities are the most outstanding. At least she was much better than Wen Shui, who clearly had a crush on He Zhichu but didn't dare to say it out loud." Gu Nianji thought about how Wen Shui had harbored evil intentions towards her in the other world and took it to heart. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1634, A Woman Dresses Up for the Person She Likes. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There were 3 updates today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly ticket was 2,500 plus updates. There was a third update at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1646. Everything that had happened in the other world related to Wen Shui flashed through her mind. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent when she thought of Luo Piapiao, whom she had just met. Xie Qingying was immersed in her own thoughts. She sighed and said, "But that's not how relationships are calculated. Just because your conditions are better than others doesn't mean you can get what you want." Gu Nianji glanced at Xie Qingying and said seriously, "But from a biological point of view, choosing a mate is a process of competing for seniority. For normal animals, when males are courting, they will show off their advantages. For example, their feathers are prettier than other peacocks, or their combat power is stronger than other lions. Human society is no exception." Xie Qingying was amused by her and nodded. Yes, human society is no exception. Otherwise, why would this be an era where looks are important? That's right. Gu Nianji clasped her hands together and smiled. "Cousin Xie, you're beautiful, capable, and magnanimous. You're obviously a virtuous woman. You're the most suitable person to marry and be the wife of the family. Xie Qingying laughed so hard that she couldn't walk. I'm not as good as you say I am. She shook her head. I actually have a temper too. I have my own temper. She paused and continued, but the most important thing is that the person I like isn't someone who only looks at looks. If that's really the case, then it'll be easy. Whether it was family background, ability, figure, or looks, Xie Qingying didn't have an advantage over He Zhichu. Therefore, she didn't have much confidence and was often worried about gains and losses. Gu Nianji was young after all. Although she had a high IQ, she didn't have enough experience. She asked in confusion, Cousin Xie, do you really like young Master He? Of course. Xie Qingying looked at her and said very sincerely, I've only loved him in my life. That's enough. Why do you want so much? Just go after him. Gu Nianji patted her shoulder and smiled. Although I won't say anything for you in front of young Master He, I hope you won't just have a crush on him. You have to take action. Xie Qingying held her hand emotionally. Nianji, I didn't expect you to understand relationships so well at such a young age. Of course I understand. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and chuckled, but she wouldn't share her experience chasing Huashao with anyone because it was too frustrating. Shameful. Did she not want her pride? However, Xie Qingying said, actually, I don't want you to say anything for me in front of young Master He. Don't say anything good or bad. Gu Nianji nodded solemnly. Absolutely not. She understood what Xie Qingying meant. Because Xie Qingying wanted a complete relationship, this relationship should not be mixed with any other factors. If Gu Nianji put in a good word for Xie Qingying in front of He Zhichu, Xie Qingying wouldn't be sure if He Zhichu liked her because Gu Nianji made him like her, or if he truly loved her from the bottom of his heart. To put it bluntly, Xie Qingying wanted a natural relationship and marriage, not to get together with He Zhichu for the sake of marriage. What was rare was that Gu Nianji understood everything. Xie Qingying believed that Gu Nianji wouldn't interfere. She looked ahead and calmly said, Don't worry, I won't give up without trying once. To tell you the truth, I've had a crush on young Master He for a long time. Gu Nianji suddenly felt the same way. Looking at Xie Qingying, it was as if she was looking at herself back then, when she was 15 or 16 years old and had her first awakening of love. She couldn't help holding Xie Qingying's hand and said, Cousin Xie, if you really like young Master He, then work hard to fight for him. Young Master He is really a very good person. He deserves your love. Fight for him. Xie Qingying smiled and imitated Gu Nianji's tone of voice. Thank you for your encouragement. I'll work hard. After the two of them spoke, they felt even closer to each other, as if they had a common secret. They walked along the stone path that had been swept clean and sprinkled with coarse salt. Before they could see the pavilion in front of them, they could already smell the aroma of barbecue. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and became fascinated. I'm hungry. He Zhichu, who had caught up from behind, heard this and quickly said, You can't eat too much even if you're hungry. There's a cold wind outside, and the pavilion for the barbecue is open on all sides. If you blow in the cold wind and press some hot barbecue on top of it, you'll have a stomachache when you go back. He Zhichu's friends around him were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. This young Master He was still as caring for Miss Gu as he was when she was young. But she was already 20 years old, not 6 years old. Was it really good to be so controlling? Of course, everyone was just watching from the sidelines. No one dared to say it out loud. When Xie Qingying saw this, she became even more determined. That was, between her and He Zhichu, Gu Nianji really couldn't do anything, not even to help her. She could tell that Gu Nianji still had a great influence on He Zhichu. He Jichu had been circling around Gu Nianji for so many years. He probably hadn't completely let go of her for a while. She could understand that. Gu Nianji was extremely angry, and her temper was especially bad when she was hungry. However, seeing that she was surrounded by He Jichu's friends, she resisted the urge to flare up. However, she strode into the pavilion alone. He Jichu nodded at Xie Qingying and said, "Qingying, walk slowly. Although there's salt on the road, there might still be ice floes. I'll go check on Nianji. This little girl has a bad temper when she's hungry. Please bear with her." It's fine, it's fine." Xie Qingying was overwhelmed by the favor. Her fair face instantly turned red. She stammered, You should quickly go after Nianji. She's young, but don't scold her. She won't be happy if you scold her in front of so many people." He Jichu smiled. "Okay, I got it." With that, he also strode forward and quickly caught up to Gu Nianji. He pulled her to a leeward seat in the barbecue pavilion. Although he didn't want her to eat too much, he still picked a plate of venison that had been roasted long ago and sent it to her. He apologized, "Don't be angry. I was in the wrong just now. Take this barbecue as my apology." Gu Nianji's anger dissipated when she saw the fragrant roasted venison. There was a professional barbecue chef in the barbecue pavilion. Of course, they could also roast it themselves, but that was a waste of food compared to the meat roasted by the barbecue chef. Gu Nianji took a big bite of the roasted venison. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When she ate it, it was filled with fragrant gravy and awakened all her taste buds. Not to mention that she was already hungry, so she finished the entire plate of barbecue in big bites. He Jichu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to digest too much barbecue, so he went to the barbecue chef to get some washed organic lettuce and wrapped the barbecue in lettuce for her to eat. This was another way to eat it. The fresh taste of the lettuce could relieve the greasy feeling, and it was just right to eat with the barbecue. It was also paired with some small tomatoes the size of marbles. They had just been roasted and were still warm. The visual impact of the red and green colors, coupled with the almost golden barbecue, made Gu Nianji eat heartily. She wanted nothing more than to pull out all her fingers. He Jichu saw that Gu Nianji was eating so happily, and even he had an appetite. He hadn't eaten properly for several days. At this time, he also ate a large plate of meat wrapped in lettuce, 2 boiled potatoes, and a few roasted tomatoes. He was only half full. Xie Qingying watched attentively from the side. Seeing that he still wanted more, she thought about it for a moment and quietly instructed the barbecue chef to specially roast a piece of medium-well organic beef for He Jichu. He didn't use black pepper. He purely relied on the texture of the high-quality organic beef to enhance the taste. The small bamboo shoots and crab mushrooms that had just been taken out of the cold storage were used as side dishes. The barbecue chef carefully roasted this steak that was comparable to Wagyu beef. He placed it on a plate, ordered the side dishes, and sent it to He Jichu. He Jichu raised his eyebrows and asked, "I didn't order steak, did I?" Xie Qingying walked over and smiled. "I asked the chef to roast it. You don't look full." He Jichu could indeed eat more. He looked at Xie Qingying and smiled. "Thank you. I want to eat more." "Okay, then take your time. I'll go over there first." Xie Qingying tried her best to suppress the joy in her heart and limped away with her walking stick. Gu Nianji secretly glanced at Xie Qingying's back and wisely didn't say anything. He Jichu dragged over the plate with the steak. Seeing that Gu Nianji's gaze was constantly on his steak, he picked up his knife and fork and said nonchalantly, "Just say what you want to say." Gu Nianji had already decided not to say anything else about Xie Qingying because she didn't want to affect He Jichu in any way, whether it was good or bad. She still felt that their relationship could only be handled by themselves. Seeing that He Jichu had keenly sensed her thoughts, Gu Nianji quickly changed the topic. Young Master He, don't you think that Luo Piapiao looks like someone? Luo Piapiao. Who does she look like? He Jichu didn't seem to realize this at all. You really don't think she looks familiar? Gu Nianji was surprised. Was she the only one who noticed? I don't think so. In my eyes, they all look the same. All of their faces are blurry. He Jichu shook his head disapprovingly. This is today's second monthly ticket, 3,000 plus updates, Chapter 1635, The Age of Looking at Faces. Reminder of the recommendation votes. There will be a third update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1647. Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, she said resentfully, I'm just wondering if she looks like someone. It's not like I'm asking you to marry her. Why are you saying this? He Jichu saw that she was being very cautious, so he focused and thought about it. However, the impression Luo Piapiao had given him just now was too blurry. He only remembered a face like a silver plate. It was quite white, but it made her face look even bigger. Who do you think she looks like? He Jichu couldn't think of anyone, so he could only use a little trick from court debate to get her started. Gu Nianji knew it very well. She smiled at He Jichu and tilted her head. Do you really want me to say? She looks a little like your former personal secretary and teaching assistant, Ms. Wen Shui. He Jichu frowned. Do they look alike? Why don't I think so at all? In his heart, Wen Shui still looked more like Gu Nianji when she was young. As for Luo Piapiao, apart from her round face, he couldn't think of anything similar to Wen Shui. Gu Nianji frowned. Was she really overthinking things? She was a little regretful that she hadn't taken a photo of Luo Piapiao just now. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Gu Nianji hesitated as she took a bite of the barbecue. If there's a chance, let them stand together and observe them carefully. He Jichu put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, if you think they look alike, there'll definitely be a chance to let them stand together for you to see in the future. However, don't prejudge your position, and don't have a preconceived view. This will make your view not objective. Gu Nianji nodded profusely and smiled. Got it, Professor He. He Jichu's lips curled into a faint smile, but he shot her a warning glance and shook his head slightly. He had been a professor in the other world, but he had never been a professor in this world. Gu Nianji looked up at the sky in embarrassment, thinking that she had really gotten carried away. What she didn't know was that just that morning, another tenant had moved into Gu Nianji's apartment complex. It was the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union in Sea City, Peter, who was also Huashaoheng. He didn't have much luggage, and he had rented a well-decorated repair room that could be moved in with a bag. Therefore, he had brought 2 consulate staff members to pack for the entire morning. Mr. Deputy Chief Counsel, are you really going to stay here? The consulate staff who helped him move the things was a Soviet and also his subordinate. Huashaoheng walked around the house and scanned the surroundings with the surveillance detector. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras or pinhole cameras, he turned around and said, yeah, I have some personal matters to attend to. It's more convenient to stay here. The 2 staff members knew that their unbelievably handsome and single deputy chief counsel had taken a fancy to a Chinese woman and was trying his best to woo her. The 2 of them looked at each other and winked. Mr. Deputy Chief Consul, we wish you all the best. Huashaoheng looked at them and smiled. Thank you for your auspicious words. After cleaning up the house, Huashaoheng took the 2 staff members out for a meal before sending them away. Looking at his watch, it was already past noon. Gu Nianji should be up by now, right? He tried calling Gu Nianji again last night and discovered that she had secretly removed him from the blacklist, but she still didn't pick up. Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone and dialed Gu Nianji's number as he walked straight to her apartment building. Still no one picked up. Hu Xiaoheng made several calls in a row, but all of them went to voicemail. He had no choice but to call Lu Yuan, who was his uncle, Hu Guanyuan. For the sake of safety, the two of them would still call each other Peter and President Liu for the time being. Lu Yuan heard his phone ring. He took it over and saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng's number. He immediately picked it up and asked, "Mr. Peter, what's the matter?" Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the mahogany door of the apartment building and looked at the snow in front of him. "President Liu, is Nianji home?" Lu Yuan laughed. "Are you looking for Nianji?" "Unfortunately, she's not here." "Where can she go in such heavy snow?" "Did Lu Jin accompany her?" Hu Xiaoheng frowned slightly, and his unbelievably handsome face revealed a look of surprise. "Ha ha ha, Lu Jin. Do you think he has that kind of brain?" "Of course not. It was young master he who took Nianji to Xiangshan to enjoy the snow." Lu Yuan deliberately explained in detail. "You know Xiangshan, right? There's a fragrant snow sea plum garden in Xiangshan. When it snows in winter, the plum blossoms are covered in snow. It's really beautiful. She actually went to enjoy the snow, and she went with He Zhichu." Hu Xiaoheng's expression darkened. "When I came, I saw that there was still snow in many places on the road. Are you sure you want her to go out in a car?" "She doesn't have to take a car. Young master he drove a helicopter over to invite her," Lu Yuan said with a smile. Imagining Hu Xiaoheng's expression, he wished he could turn on the video call and let him enjoy the snow. Hu Xiaoheng hung up the phone and looked expressionlessly at the property management staff who had come to sweep the snow in front of the apartment building. His hands were itching. He wanted to smoke, but he couldn't smoke here, because the ace of the Far East was someone who never smoked. People who smoked often had a strong or faint smell of smoke on them. As the most mysterious KGB spy, the ace of the Far East couldn't let people smell him before he even came out. Therefore, he couldn't smoke either. He stood at the foot of Gu Nianji's apartment for a while, then turned on his phone to look at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He continued to call Gu Nianji, but she still didn't answer. Hu Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and decided to look for her. He first went back to the Soviet consulate in China and asked for a GAZ 3937 medium-sized off-road jeep. This was an off-road vehicle equipped with the Soviet Army. It could be said to be a light armored vehicle. It could cross trenches with tracks, and it could also transform the vehicle into a boat and drive on the water, just like an amphibious vehicle. The appearance of this vehicle was very similar to the Hummer in the United States, but it was taller, stronger, and sturdier than the Hummer. It was especially suitable for traveling in heavy snow. In the Soviet Union, it was often equipped for the Siberian ground troops. Hu Xiaoheng was tall and strong to begin with, so he was a perfect match for this off-road jeep, which had a roof that was taller than a normal off-road vehicle. He was wearing a Soviet-style colonel's military coat and a purple mink fur cap on his head. It highlighted his unbelievably handsome facial features and added a hint of domineering aura. The distance from their apartment to Xiangshan wasn't considered close, but it definitely wasn't far either. Although Hu Xiaoheng didn't have a helicopter, there were basically no pedestrians or cars on the road at this time, except for snowplows. He drove the GAZ 3937 as fast as lightning, and it only took him 20 minutes to reach the foot of Fragrant Mountain. He didn't expect that he couldn't drive up the mountain. This was because the only road at the foot of the mountain that had been cleared of snow was actually blocked. It was said that there was an important event on the mountain and they had to clear the road to ensure smooth traffic on the mountain. A few young men and women also stopped at the intersection in their off-road vehicles. A fair-skinned woman with a face like a silver plate complained, "We just came down from above. It's only been a while, why don't you let us go up?" This woman was Luo Piapiao, who had left with Qin Haoshan. The person beside her, who was wearing a down jacket and wanted to wrap himself into a ball, was her second brother, Luo Yaozu. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1636, Close to You, Close to Me. To remind everyone of the recommendation votes. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1648. Luo Yaozu had been pushed over by Luo Piapiao. He liked Gu Nianji's appearance, but He Ji-chu beside Gu Nianji was too scary. Luo Yaozu instinctively didn't dare to go closer. However, Luo Piapiao refused to give up. She could sense that Gu Nianji seemed to be quite interested in the siblings. Only a fool would not take advantage of such a rare opportunity. Besides, she had ulterior motives. She had pushed her second brother, Luo Yaozu, to be her shield because she wanted to get closer to He Ji-chu. She knew herself well enough to know that she would never marry He Ji-chu. However, as long as she could be He Ji-chu's girlfriend, or even his bed partner, there would be countless benefits in the future. Moreover, He Ji-chu was shockingly attractive to women. If she could be He Ji-chu's partner in bed, then she would be in luck. In fact, there were many women who thought like her. Weighing their own status, they knew that marriage was impossible, but if they could have something with such a handsome and charming man, even if there were no other benefits, it would be a lifelong memory. Luo Piapiao had made up her mind to start with Gu Nianji. However, the guards at the foot of the mountain refused to let them go up. She tried everything she could to persuade them but to no avail. They had been begging here for half a day and had used all kinds of methods, but those people were stubborn and refused to bend the rules. "What's wrong with you guys? I'm a relative of the Qin family. My Auntie Qin was once young Master He's stepmother and Miss Gu's biological mother. Miss Gu is on the mountain. Help me call her and tell her that Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu are here to look for her." Luo Piapiao thought about it and could only bring up Gu Nianji. "You know Miss Gu, right? She used to be young Master He's fiancée, but now she's young Master He's sister." Even if the guards at the foot of the mountain didn't know Gu Nianji, they definitely knew He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu was the one who had set up the security today. When he heard that it was related to his immediate superior, the guard hesitated for a moment. In the end, he picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted He Ji-chu's orderly in the fragrant snow sea of plum gardens on the mountain. "Oh. Is he looking for Miss Gu? Wait a minute, I'll go ask Miss Gu." He Ji-chu's orderlies didn't dare to delay and quickly went to the barbecue pavilion to find He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji. He saluted He Ji-chu first, then said to Gu Nianji, who was sitting next to He Ji-chu, "Miss Gu, there's a young lady named Luo Piapiao at the foot of the mountain. She said she was looking for Miss Gu." He Ji-chu was about to refuse when Gu Nianji exclaimed in surprise, "Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu. Great, let them come up. Why are they so happy? Are they really good friends with Miss Gu?" He Ji-chu's orderly couldn't help but look at He Ji-chu inquiringly. He Ji-chu nodded thoughtfully. "I'll listen to Miss Gu." "Yes, Chief." He Ji-chu's orderly saluted again and turned to deliver the message. When the guards at the foot of the mountain received a call from the orderly, they quickly pulled open the fence and let them in. Hu Shaoheng had already parked his off-road jeep far away. While these people were arguing with the guards, he had already quietly circled to the back of the mountain and strolled around the mountain path that hadn't been cleared of snow. Although he had never been to Fragrant Mountain on this side, there were troops stationed at the foot of Fragrant Mountain in the other world. They knew the terrain of Fragrant Mountain very well. Since both worlds had Fragrant Mountain, and the appearance was exactly the same, the mountain path should also be the same. Hu Xiaoheng used his memory to investigate the surrounding situation and found Xiang Shuahai's location on his phone. It was actually quite close to his direction. Those people had to take a long detour to reach the entrance of Fragrant Snow Sea Plum Garden. After walking in the snow for a while, Hu Xiaoheng used pebbles to catch 2 fat grouse and a round, grayish-black mountain rabbit. He also caught a pheasant with a bright color of fur. He easily carried the 2 ptarmigan, a rabbit, and a pheasant down the mountain. He returned to his off-road jeep and took out his phone to text Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was planning to wait for Luo Piapiao and the others to arrive so that she could get some information out of them when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and glanced at it. Her eyebrows twitched slightly. King of Drama, Lawyer Gu, are you in Fragrant Snow Sea? I'm also at the foot of Fragrant Mountain. I just caught 2 ptarmigan, a rabbit, and a pheasant. Gu Nianji then received a few photos. She looked at the round ptarmigan and rabbit squatting on the ground, looking at her with big black and innocent eyes. Gu Nianji swallowed her saliva disappointingly. He was too cunning. He was actually tempting her with delicacies. Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment, but decided to eat first as a sign of respect. She pretended to reply to Hu Xiaoheng's text. A series of ellipses were left unsaid. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. He knew she wouldn't be able to resist these wild animals. Leaning against the door of the off-road jeep, Hu Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and continued texting. King of Drama, do you want to eat? Gu Nianji. The 3 huge exclamation marks expressed her surging emotions. King of Drama, unfortunately, I don't know how to make it, and I can't go up the mountain to give it to you. Then I can only release it. Gu Nianji quickly replied, don't release it. Hurry up and send it up the mountain. She jumped up from He Zhichu's side and found the orderly from before. She said, I still have a friend at the foot of the mountain who brought me game. Ask the people down there to let him go. Okay, Miss Gu. The orderly quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. May I know your friend's name? His name is Peter. He's from the Soviet Union. Gu Nianji thought about it and said Hu Xiaoheng's name here. When the orderly heard that he was from the Soviet Union, he quickly said, then I'll ask young master He. Gu Nianji nodded silently and followed him back to He Zhichu's side. Peter. Did he bring you some game? He Zhichu took a sip of red wine and smiled lazily. Okay, let him come up. It's rare for a Soviet diplomat to personally bring us game. It's a waste not to eat it. The orderly received the order and immediately used the walkie-talkie to contact the foot of the mountain to let them go. The guard at the foot of the mountain looked around for a long time. Finally, he confirmed that Hu Xiaoheng was the Peter that young master He and Miss Gu had mentioned based on the 2 grouse, a rabbit, and a pheasant at his feet. He was wearing a Soviet military uniform, and the sable inside and outside military cap on his head was also the style of the Soviet Red Army. He was even more convinced. Are you Mr. Peter? The guard at the foot of the mountain walked over and saluted. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said coldly, can I go up now? Yes, please. The guard quickly opened the fence and watched Hu Xiaoheng return to his tall off-road jeep. He quickly drove up the winding mountain road. When he used his superb driving skills to drive to the entrance of Shengshui Hai Meiyuan, Luo Piapiao, and the other's car was still crawling on the mountain road. May I ask who you are looking for? The guard at the door politely stopped Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng raised the game in his hand. I'm Peter. Miss Gu asked me to come up just now. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1637, we're all interested. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1649. The guard at the door had already received the news and quickly made way for him. Mr. Peter, please come in. Hu Xiaoheng carried 2 grouse in one hand and a hare and pheasant in the other. He followed the aroma of barbecue to the barbecue pavilion. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding, but she maintained a calm expression. She sat motionless beside He Zhichu and looked at the game in Hu Xiaoheng's hands. She pretended to be aloof and said, "I didn't know Mr. Peter was such a good hunter. I often hunted in Siberia during the winter. It's just a small skill. It's not worth mentioning." Hu Xiaoheng's Chinese wasn't very fluent and sounded like a foreigner speaking Chinese. It was a perfect match for his identity. No wonder he was the king of dramas. Gu Nianji was amazed and her eyes couldn't help falling on Hu Xiaoheng's flawless hands. She was momentarily distracted. She thought she would ask him who did his skin care when she returned to the other side. Hu Xiaoheng noticed Gu Nianji's gaze on his hands and thought she was looking at the game in his hands. He was amused, but his expression became even more aloof. He Zhichu twirled the wine goblet in his hand playfully and looked up at the gray sky for a while. He ordered dryly, "Take the game Mr. Peter brought to the chef. The 2 grouse will be used as beggar's chicken, the hare will be roasted, and the pheasant will be made into pheasant soup. Leave the feathers and make a shuttlecock for Miss Gu to play with." Gu Nianji couldn't maintain her aloof expression when she heard this. She glared at He Zhichu and said, "I'm not a child. I don't play shuttlecock. But I want pheasant soup. The pheasant Mr. Peter brought is too old. Then roast it directly." He Zhichu continued to order. "Yes, chief." His orderly walked over and took the 4 game from Hu Xiaoheng's hands. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the barbecue pavilion and found a place to sit. As the host, He Zhichu had to be polite and asked, "What would Mr. Peter like to drink? Would you like a plate of roasted deer meat?" Hu Xiaoheng rested one hand on the railing of the pavilion. His expression was very cold. "No need. I'm waiting to eat the game I brought." Gu Nianji's eyes flashed and she took the opportunity to ask, "Actually, barbecue tastes better when you roast it yourself. Mr. Peter really doesn't want to try roasting it for us?" "No." Hu Xiaoheng rejected her without hesitation and said seriously, "Miss Gu, it's a waste for people who don't know how to cook to force themselves to cook, and wasting food is shameful behavior." He Zhichu snickered. "Mr. Peter, I didn't know you loved food so much. But what are you doing here? What's the matter?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and saw that she was looking in the direction of the barbecue chef, but his ears were secretly perked up. He leaned in Gu Nianji's direction and said, "I have something to do. I'll go after Miss Gu." Gu Nianji completely didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to be bold enough to publicly confess his love. She didn't know how to respond, and the side of her face uncontrollably flushed. Her skin was already especially white and supple, full of collagen. Now that her cheeks were flushed, she looked like a rare flower that had just been born. The last trace of a young girl's childishness had faded, and she now had a bit of a mature woman's beauty. Hu Xiaoheng was momentarily dazed. He hadn't seen her for only a few months, but she had already grown up in places he couldn't see. He Zhichu's hand tightly gripped the wine glass as he struggled to look away. He happened to see Xie Qingying walking over with a few women. He greeted them with relief. "Qingying, Mr. Peter from the Soviet Consulate General is here." Xie Qingying smiled. "I saw him over there, so I came over." She looked in Hu Xiaoheng's direction and said enthusiastically, "I didn't expect Mr. Peter to have time to come to our little gathering." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the 2 shy women next to Xie Qingying and pointed directly at Gu Nianji. "Yes, I'm here to go after her." The 2 women next to Xie Qingying immediately turned pale and stumbled back. They looked like they had fallen from heaven to hell, and turned to run. Xie Qingying also didn't expect Mr. Peter to be so honest. She had a better impression of him. She limped over with her cane and stood next to He Zhichu. She smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. Mr. Peter has good taste. Miss Gu used to be a raw jade, but now she's a fine piece of jade. It won't be easy to woo her. Gu Nianji's face turned even redder. She glared at Hu Xiaoheng, then laughed at Xie Qingying. Cousin Xie really knows how to tease people. Mr. Peter was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I'm serious, Hu Xiaoheng said seriously. In front of so many people, he said firmly, I like you, and I'm going after you. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness and happiness, but she still had to keep a straight face. She couldn't let He Zhichu think there was a problem. She stopped smiling and said lightly, I've said it many times. We're not suitable. Mr. Peter, don't waste your time with me. As she spoke, she stood up and walked out of the barbecue pavilion without looking at Hu Xiaoheng. At that moment, Luo Piapiao's group finally came in. Gu Nianji stood by the side of the road and waited for them. Luo Piapiao walked around looking around and almost missed Gu Nianji, who was standing by the side of the road. Luo Yaozu saw her and quickly went forward to please her. Miss Gu, what a coincidence. Luo Piapiao finally noticed Gu Nianji and took a step forward to hold her hand. Cousin Gu, were you waiting for us here? Yes. Gu Nianji tilted her head and no longer suppressed the smile on her face. Her smiling face was like a flower that had just bloomed. It was bright and clear, and beautiful. Luo Yaozu's eyes widened. He felt that this Miss Gu was becoming more and more compatible with him. If this continued, he would really have to catch up to her. In a moment of lust, he mustered up his courage and followed closely by Gu Nianji's side. He took care of her and tried to get close to her. Miss Gu, where do you work? I heard you're a lawyer, right? Do you want to go to the 4 major law firms? I know a friend who's one of the partners of the 4 major law firms. He can help you get in. Gu Nianji chuckled and gave a perfunctory reply. She cleverly led the topic to his family, especially his mother. Mr. Luo's mother is Dean Qin's cousin. But I don't think I've heard Dean Qin mention it. Oh, my mother passed away many years ago. It's normal that Auntie Qin didn't mention it, Luo Yaozu said nonchalantly. She passed away. Gu Nianji was very disappointed. She hadn't expected that she would immediately cut off the lead she had just found. It seemed like she only had Luo Piapiao as her lead. Gu Nianji turned to look at Luo Piapiao, who was walking on her other side, only to see that she was already staring in the direction of the barbecue pavilion in a daze. Gu Nianji also looked up. At the barbecue booth, He Zhichu and Hu Xiaoheng stood side by side in the booth, looking straight in their direction. The two of them were almost the same height. One was as elegant as the moon in the cold river, while the other was as cold as the icy spring in the mountains. In terms of appearance alone, Hu Xiaoheng was indeed more outstanding. Therefore, Luo Piapiao, who had thought that she was thinking about young Master He, instantly fell under Hu Xiaoheng's military pants. However, He Zhichu was no less attractive than Hu Xiaoheng, which was very rare. Gu Nianji was proud of how Hu Xiaoheng looked at first, but she couldn't bear to see other people staring at him. Seeing Luo Piapiao like this, Gu Nianji coughed and said, Cousin Luo, wipe your saliva. It's almost flowing out. Luo Piapiao subconsciously wiped her chin. There was no saliva at all. Only then did she realize that Gu Nianji was teasing her. Cousin Gu, you're so bad. Luo Piapiao's face flushed red. She suddenly bent down to grab a handful of snow from the roadside and threw it in Gu Nianji's direction. Gu Nianji quickly took a few steps back and dodged. Luo Yaozu happened to turn around. Luo Piapiao's handful of snow hit Luo Yaozu's face. Luo Yaozu screamed, Luo Piapiao, I'm not done with you. He also bent down to grab a large handful of snow and threw it at Luo Piapiao. Luo Piapiao didn't run fast, so she shrank her neck and was hit by a ball of snow from Luo Yaozu. The cold snow seeped into the back of her neck, making her shiver. Luo Yaozu. Luo Piapiao waved her hand angrily. All of you, attack. She and a few of her friends bent down to grab some snow and started a snowball fight. Gu Nianji watched with interest and joined their battle. Sometimes she was in the same group as Luo Yaozu, and sometimes she was in the same group as Luo Piapiao. She had a great time. The rich heirs who played with Luo Yaozu and Luo Piapiao were all hedonistic and were very good at eating, drinking, and having fun. In order to get to know these two, Gu Nianji also had the intention to befriend them. After a snowball fight, Luo Piapiao had already treated her as a best friend. In the barbecue pavilion not far away, He Jichu crossed his arms and watched Gu Nianji have a snowball fight in the crowd. He said coldly, "Mr. Peter, don't waste any more time. Nianji won't accept you. It's her business whether she accepts it or not. It's my business whether I chase after her or not. There's no need for young Master He to worry." Hua Xiaoheng coldly rejected He Jichu. "You're too much older than her. You're not suitable for her." He Jichu smiled. "Look at how well she plays with her peers. I'm just reminding you. As for whether you accept it or not, of course, that's your business." This was the second update of the day, chapter 1638, I'm Here to Chase You. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1650. Hua Xiaoheng placed his hands on the railing in front of him and stared at the group of young men and women who were having a snowball fight. He said slowly, "If I remember correctly, when young Master He was engaged to Miss Gu, he didn't mind that he was much older than her, right?" He Jichu smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "That's why I broke off the engagement. I didn't want to delay the young lady from finding a suitable man for herself. As for you, can you be like those young men and women, disregarding your identity and status, and join them in a snowball fight?" He quickly looked at the man beside him, who was exactly the same as Hua Xiaoheng in the other world, but he also found many subtle differences. For example, this ace of the Far East, Peter, had a cold and distant personality. It was completely different from Major General Hua's calm and low-key personality. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't bring himself to say that he publicly wanted to pursue Gu Nianji. On the other hand, his father, He Qingjian, had to suspect that the ace of the Far East, Peter Hua Xiaoheng, was the Hua Xiaoheng over there. He had even set up a killing trap at all costs, but in the end, he had not killed the ace of the Far East. Instead, he had almost killed Gu Nianji. He had even personally destroyed the last trace of hope between him and Gu Nianji. The light in He Jichu's eyes dimmed instantly. He stopped smiling and lowered his head to take a sip of wine. Hua Xiaoheng shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It's just a snowball fight. What's so difficult about it? Do you believe that I can bury those men who dared to covet Miss Gu in the snow?" He Jichu choked and glanced sideways at Hua Xiaoheng. "You? As a Soviet diplomat, you want to have a snowball fight with those young people in their early 20s? The dignified KGB's ace of the Far East also had to get angry with these brats. He Jichu only thought it was ridiculous. How could this person be the shrewd and scheming Special Operations Forces commander Hua Xiaoheng? He couldn't help but lament that his father was too paranoid. He had let Nianji suffer and suffer for nothing. He doted on Gu Nianji so much that sometimes even he couldn't tell what kind of feelings he had for her that made him miss her so much. But the moment Gu Nianji stopped breathing in his arms, he knew what he had to do. No matter what kind of feelings he had for her, he should extinguish all of them. In his heart, nothing was more important than Gu Nianji's life. As long as she was still alive and kicking in this world, and could happily have a snowball fight with others, he would be satisfied. On the snow in front of her, Gu Nianji seemed to be having a good time. She even took out her phone and called for Luo Piapiao and a few of her friends to come over. She raised her phone to take a selfie. Luo Piapiao's friend had brought a selfie stick with her and quickly ran to get it. Holding Gu Nianji's camera, a group of young people put on cute expressions and postures in front of the camera. Luo Yaozu even sneaked up behind Gu Nianji and hugged her with both hands to take a photo with her. Of course, he didn't touch Gu Nianji. He was at least a meter away from her and only pretended to hug her from behind. When Hu Xiaoheng saw this, he snorted and said with arrogance and disdain, "Can't I have a snowball fight? This is the only way I can show my sincerity in pursuing Miss Gu." As he said that, he used one hand to support himself on the railing of the pavilion and jumped over it. Jumping down from the barbecue pavilion, Hu Xiaoheng quickly arrived at the snowball fight. Gu Nianji and the others had just finished taking a photo when the snowball fight started again. Hu Xiaoheng found Gu Nianji and said with a smile, "Come, I'll team up with you. Let's beat them up." Gu Nianji had just dodged a handful of snow from Luo Piapiao. She turned around and saw Hu Xiaoheng coming. He even grabbed a handful of snow in his hand, as if he wanted to have a snowball fight with her. Gu Nianji was so shocked that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Her mind was blank, and she didn't realize that Luo Yaozu was throwing a handful of snow at her. Seeing this, Hu Xiaoheng pulled her behind him and threw the snowball that he had just rolled up into a ball with a backhand. The handful of snow that Luo Yaozu threw hit Hu Xiaoheng's chest, but Hu Xiaoheng's snowball was as fast as the wind and powerful. It hit Luo Yaozu's face with a loud bang. Luo Yaozu cried out and was hit by the handful of snow until he fell on his back on the snow. The back of his head hit the hard ground, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Luo Piapiao thought he was joking, so she ran over and kicked him. She smiled and said, "Second brother. Get up quickly. They're coming." Luo Yaozu was seeing stars, and he whimpered, "Piapiao, I can't take it anymore. I'm going blind, and I have a headache. Help me find a doctor." With that, he vomited. Luo Piapiao was terrified. She quickly waved for him to stop and said anxiously, "My second brother is broken. We have to find a doctor." Gu Nianji poked her head out from behind Hu Xiaoheng and saw the situation on Luo Yaozu and Luo Piapiao's side. She was puzzled. What was going on? Hu Xiaoheng turned around and spread his hands at her. "It's just a snowball fight. I didn't expect him to be so fragile." Fragile? Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "What did you do?" The other person who had been having a snowball fight with them earlier whispered. "He almost knocked Yaozu out with a snowball. I think it's a concussion. Look, he's vomiting." Another person said in an even quieter voice, looking at Hu Xiaoheng with almost reverence. Gu Nianji really didn't know what to say. She glared at Hu Xiaoheng, then turned around and ran back to the barbecue pavilion. She whispered a few words to He Zhichu. He Zhichu laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back, but he still agreed to call a doctor for Luo Yaozu. He sent a few orderlies to carry Luo Yaozu to the small resting hall next to the manor hall and waited for the doctor to come and treat him. The rest of the people stopped having a snowball fight and followed him back to the hall. The barbecue chef simply moved the barbecue utensils to a small banquet hall. It was bright on all sides, and they could also admire the snow and the plum blossoms. However, the view wasn't as wide as the barbecue pavilion. Xie Qingying limped over with her walking stick and asked about Luo Yaozu in a soft voice. He Zhichu couldn't help laughing and teased, "Our Soviet diplomats are too powerful. No wonder they're a fighting people. They're even more valiant than others in a snowball fight." Gu Nianji followed Luo Piapiao to guard Luo Yaozu's side. She was very apologetic. She had only wanted to get to know the two of them so that she could ask them about the Qin family and Qin Yaoguang. She really hadn't expected Hu Xiaoheng to do such a dirty trick. Why hadn't she realized before that this person was so jealous? Even so, she was still very happy. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't happy that the person she loved cared so much about her. However, she still had to look angry on the surface. It was really miserable. Gu Nianji admired the actors very much. Of course, she admired the soldiers fighting on the special front even more. They experienced this kind of discomfort all the time, but they didn't complain. Luo Yaozu lay on his side on the sofa. His head was dizzy, and his chest felt nauseous. He wanted to vomit, but seeing that Gu Nianji was beside him, he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of a beautiful woman. He resisted the urge to vomit, and his pretty face turned snow-white. Luo Piapiao saw that Gu Nianji had a worried expression on her face and seemed to be quite concerned about Luo Yaozu. She was secretly surprised and thought that there was actually someone who didn't like the Soviet diplomat who was so attractive at first sight. She only liked her second brother. Her eyes flashed, and she pretended to say casually, "Cousin Gu, isn't that Soviet diplomat too powerful? He can knock someone unconscious with just a snowball. Will he be subjected to domestic violence in the future if he's with such a person?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and glanced at her. She deliberately said, "That's for sure. I heard that Soviet men like two things the most. One is drinking vodka, and the other is beating their wives." The Soviet Hu Xiaoheng, who had just walked over, Luo Piapiao saw the Soviet diplomat walking over from the corner of her eye. She immediately changed her expression and became shy. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and looked at Luo Yaozu carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he said to Gu Nianji bluntly, "I moved to your apartment complex today. You didn't pick up my call, so I had no choice but to come here to look for you." Luo Piapiao was instantly discouraged. This person was chasing after Gu Nianji so closely. How could anyone else have any hope? Luo Yaozu was about to vomit blood when he heard this. He suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't help but vomit again. Hu Xiaoheng immediately grabbed Gu Nianji's shoulder with one hand and covered her eyes with the other. He almost forcefully pulled her away as he said, "This gentleman vomited when he saw you, and you still want to stay here and look at him?" Gu Nianji was originally quite happy, but when Hu Xiaoheng said that, she was a little angry. "Why did he vomit when he saw me? He was fine just now, but he vomited when he saw you coming over." She pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away, but saw that he had already pulled her to the VIP lounge where He Jichu was. She had no choice but to sit down angrily and take out her phone to look at the photos she had just taken. Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the armrest of the sofa beside her and looked down at the photos she had just taken on her phone. He felt a little uneasy when he saw that she had been staring at where Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu were standing in the photos. However, when he took a closer look at Luo Piapiao, he suddenly felt that she looked a little familiar. From the angle where she was smiling up at the camera, she actually looked a little like the doll that Gu Nianji had held in her hands when she was young. Because Hu Xiaoheng was too familiar with Gu Nianji's doll, they had used various instruments to analyze it, but they hadn't found anything. In the end, they had only concluded that it was just a doll. But he couldn't say that. He would be exposed the moment he said it. Because the ace of the Far East on this side couldn't possibly know that Gu Nianji had brought the doll to the other world when she was 12 years old. Only Hu Xiaoheng, who was in the other world, knew. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng looked away and quietly walked to the door. He put on his sunglasses and pretended to look around at the snow outside the door. He took a few more photos of Luo Piapiao in the small lounge next to him. His sunglasses were actually a small camera with the function of connecting to the internet and cloud synchronization. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1639, "This shows my sincerity." A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1651. 10 minutes later, Dr. Qin Haoshan came again. However, this time, he brought an older male doctor with him. The older male doctor examined Luo Yaozu and finally said, "Yes, Luo Yaozu." At present, he had symptoms of temporary coma, headache, nausea, and vomiting. Moreover, they appeared after the back of his head hit the ground, so it was very likely that he had a mild concussion. But it's best to send him to the hospital for a checkup to rule out other problems. What other situation? Luo Piapiao was a little nervous. Didn't he just have a slight concussion? Are there any other problems? The doctor smiled and patiently explained, in order to ensure that there are no other problems, we also need to perform an X-ray scan of his skull to confirm that there are no fractures in his brain. Then, we need to do a brain CT scan to make sure that there are no abnormalities in the skull and the brain. Finally, we need to continue to do brainwave tests to ensure that the brainwaves return to normal. Only after these 3 tests are done can we be sure that he only has a concussion and no other diseases. Seeing that the doctor said so and that Luo Yaozu's expression was really ugly, Luo Piapiao could only nod and say, "Then let's go for a checkup." After she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Haoshan and said aggrievedly, "Fourth brother Qin, you must help us. Don't tell our father." Qin Haoshan looked at her with a slight headache. He frowned and said, "Didn't I take you away? Why did you come back?" Luo Piapiao shrunk her neck guiltily and said awkwardly, "We thought it was fun here, so we called a few friends over to play with us after we went back." Qin Haoshan frowned and said disapprovingly, "This isn't a place normal people can come. How did you get in here? If you trespass, you deserve to be beaten to death." Fourth brother Qin. "We didn't barge in without permission." Luo Piapiao hurriedly explained, "We're here to look for a friend." It was Gu Nianji. She was my and Yaozu's cousin. We were having a snowball fight with her just now. Then, he accidentally knocked his head on the ground. You got a concussion from a snowball fight. Are you sure you're having a snowball fight and not fighting? Qin Haoshan didn't believe Luo Piapiao's words at all. These 2 cousins were the type of people who didn't make any big mistakes, but kept on making small mistakes. To them, daily vows were like daily farts. If one believed them, then there was a problem with his own intelligence. Luo Piapiao also knew that she had too many dark histories in front of Qin Haoshan. If she told the truth now, he might not believe her. In fact, Luo Yaozu was hit by a snowball and fell to the ground. The back of his head hit the ground and caused a concussion. Therefore, the real reason was that he fell and hit his head. However, if he admitted this reason, then Luo Piapiao, who encouraged Luo Yaozu to return to Xiangshuahai and took the initiative to drag him into a snowball fight, would become the culprit. She didn't want to be scolded by her family. In a moment of desperation, she looked up and saw the Soviet diplomat who had hit her brother with a snowball standing not far from the door. He was wearing sunglasses and seemed to be looking at the snow. She quickly pointed at him and said, "Look, that's him. He's a Soviet diplomat and a suitor of my cousin, Gu Nianji." Qin Haoshan turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng before he believed that Luo Piapiao was not lying. Especially when he heard that the man was Gu Nianji's suitor, his face darkened and he said, "Gu Nianji asked this man to do it?" Ha! Luo Piapiao was shocked. No way. How could it be her? Luo Piapiao's question was purely to express her surprise, but in Qin Haoshan's ears, it became an incredulous question, which confirmed his guess. Isn't it? Tell me honestly, does Yaozu like Gu Nianji? Qin Haoshan knew that this cousin of his was extremely lustful, but the people he dated were all young models and small-time celebrities. Could it be that he was so blind this time and had taken a liking to Gu Nianji, who was worse than young models and small-time celebrities? Luo Piapiao felt even more guilty. Her eyes darted around as she said, how could that be? He just thinks that Gu Nianji is beautiful and very warm to us, so he wants to be friends. That's it. Qin Haoshan interrupted her coldly. If he does, then get rid of that thought as soon as possible. She's your cousin, close relatives, so she can't get married. Luo Piapiao scoffed. Brother Qin, we're just cousins, and our mothers are only cousins, not biological sisters. Is that considered close relatives? Legally, yes. Direct blood relatives and collateral blood relatives within 3 generations are considered close relatives, so they can't get married. Qin Haoshan glared at her. And it's better if you don't mess with Gu Nianji. She can even send her own mother to court. Don't think that she has any kinship with you. Luo Piapiao muttered unhappily. But she gets along well with us. She's the one who asked us to come up. We think your words are too arbitrary. Nianji isn't that kind of person. I don't care what kind of person she is, but no matter what, that Soviet diplomat can't do anything to Yaozu because of this. Qin Haoshan waved his hand. Send Yaozu to the helicopter. I'll take him back for a full examination. Piapiao, follow him. I'll go talk to young Master He and Miss Ya. Luo Piapiao didn't dare to disobey anymore. She followed Luo Yaozu's stretcher onto the helicopter of the Qin private hospital. Qin Haoshan came out of the small lounge and walked to Hu Xiaoheng, who was standing at the door of the other lounge, watching the snow. He said in a low voice, Mr. Peter, I heard that you're a Soviet diplomat. Hu Xiaoheng turned to look at him and nodded. I am. May I ask who you are? Qin Haoshan held back his anger and said, I'm Luo Yaozu and Luo Piapiao's cousin. My name is Qin Haoshan, and I'm also an orthopedic doctor at the Qin private hospital. Hu Xiaoheng quickly sized him up and asked. Orthopedic doctor. Did Luo Yaozu suffer a fracture? Qin Haoshan shook his head. No, but he has a slight concussion. Oh, Hu Xiaoheng said lightly. He looked away and continued to look at the snow outside the door. Qin Haoshan was infuriated by Hu Xiaoheng's attitude. He was only 30% angry at first, but now he was 70% angry. His brows almost knitted into a knot. Mr. Peter, what do you mean? Aren't you going to apologize? Just because my cousin and you are pursuing the same woman at the same time, you can't do this to him. What did I do? Hu Xiaoheng looked puzzled. I just had a snowball fight with them. A snowball fight can give my cousin a concussion. Qin Haoshan raised his voice. I look like a retard. Are you going to use such a reason to brush me off? A snowball fight can indeed cause a concussion. If you don't believe me, do you want to try it yourself? Hu Xiaoheng turned around and looked at Qin Haoshan with bright eyes. You have a helicopter anyway. If you have another concussion, just send him directly to the helicopter and bring him to the hospital to recuperate. You are unreasonable. Qin Haoshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed his finger at him. Mr. Peter, don't go too far. This is Huaxia territory. A foreigner like you can't do whatever you want. I'm sorry, diplomats can indeed do whatever they want. Because I have diplomatic immunity. Hu Xiaoheng once again threw out his identity as a diplomat, making Qin Haoshan almost speechless. This was today's second update, chapter 1640, I've taken a liking to her. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1652. Qin Haoshan glared at Hu Xiaoheng for a while. Seeing how confident Hu Xiaoheng was, he knew he couldn't do anything to him. Qin's private group's strength lay in the business world, not in politics. In the past, they had Qin Yaoguang and He Qingjian's relationship, so everyone in the political world gave the Qin Corporation face. However, now that Qin Yaoguang had not only divorced He Qingjian, but had also been sent to prison by her own daughter, the Qin Corporation's private group no longer had that much face in the political world. Furthermore, this Mr. Peter is a Soviet Union diplomat, and he is not related to China's politics. Qin Haoshan stormed away from Hu Shaoheng and went to Gu Nianji. He ignored He Zhichu, who was sitting silently on the other side. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said to Gu Nianji with a straight face, "Miss Gu, my cousin is not good enough for you. He doesn't dare to try to get close to you. Please don't be with him anymore." Gu Nianji had originally felt a little apologetic about Luo Yaozu's injury, but now that she heard Qin Haoshan's words, the anger in her heart suddenly rose. She suddenly stood up and coldly said to Qin Haoshan's back, "Stop. What do you mean by that? When will I be with your cousin? You are ruining my reputation with your nonsense. I can sue you for slander." Qin Haoshan had long been very unhappy with Gu Nianji because of Qin Yaoguang's lawsuit. At this moment, seeing that she had no intention of repentance at all, not only did she not apologize at all for causing Luo Yaozu's concussion, but she even used the word complain. She could not hold it in any longer. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Gu Nianji. His regular features were contorted from holding back. Another complaint. "Miss Gu, what's wrong with you?" Specifically suing his own family. Gu Nianji clenched her fists and enunciated each word clearly, "I specialize in suing guilty people. No matter who that person was." Mr. Qin's words were completely ignorant of the law. "Can't I sue my family? Do family members have forgiveness talismans?" Qin Haoshan was tongue-tied by Gu Nianji's question. He couldn't think of how to respond, so he could only vaguely say, "These are two completely different things. Don't sue people just because you're a lawyer. The court is not for you alone." I just fought a lawsuit. How did the court become my family's? Your court only hears one case every few decades. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to mock them. Qin Haoshan flew into a rage out of humiliation. His fair and clear face gradually flushed red, and in a moment of carelessness, he spoke out the thoughts in the bottom of his heart. "You have such a vile character, you're disloyal, unfilial, and disobedient to your birth mother. No matter how good your conditions are, you're not a good match. I'd rather my cousin spend the rest of his life with young models and small-time celebrities than let him marry you." In other words, Gu Nianji was inferior to those young models and small-time celebrities. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and couldn't hold it in anymore. She doubled over in laughter. "Oh my God. You make it sound like I want to marry that cousin of yours." She pointed at He Zhichu, who was sitting diagonally behind her. "See that? Young master, he was engaged to me before, but I didn't want to marry him, so I broke off the engagement with him." She then pointed at Hu Shaoheng, who was standing at the door with his hands leaning against the door frame and a smile as he sized them up. "Over there, Mr. Peter, the Soviet diplomat, has been relentlessly pursuing me. So, Mr. Qin, where did you get the nerve to say that I like your cousin and want to marry him?" She retracted her smile and said with a straight face, "Are you blind or are you retarded for you to say such ridiculous words?" Qin Haoshan frowned. "Didn't you have a good impression of my cousin, so you specially let them come here to play? Your cousin and cousin came to the foot of the mountain by themselves and were stopped, so they used me as a cover. I pitied them, so I asked young Master He to let them up. How did it become me having a good impression of your cousin? Is your cousin's family background better than young Master He, or is his looks better than Mr. Peter? I don't even like these two people, so how could I like your cousin?" Gu Nianji was eloquent, and in the end, she said, "Actually, your cousin is still a little better than you. At least he knows his place, unlike you, who don't know what to do. You deserve to never get the person you love." Gu Nianji's last sentence stepped on Qin Haoshan's sore spot. He had a crush on Xie Qingying, but he didn't dare to say a word. He had originally planned to propose to Xie Qingying when she was 30 years old if she still didn't get married. At that time, there would be very few men who would be willing to marry a 30-year-old woman, so he wouldn't have any decent competitors. But this time, he could tell that Xie Qingying seemed to have a different feeling for He Zhichu. He Zhichu was already a bachelor. If he had good taste, he would probably accept Xie Qingying. And wouldn't he be just like Gu Nianji had said? He wouldn't be able to get the person he loved for the rest of his life. Qin Haoshan was practically jumping with rage. The veins on his forehead were popping, and his well-featured face was almost distorted. Gu Nianji didn't let him go. She mocked him from the side. What's wrong? Are you so angry that you can't speak? Did I hit a sore spot for you? Look at your gaze. It's like you want to kill me. She turned to look at He Zhichu and put on a pitiful expression. Young Master He, you have surveillance cameras here, right? You have to take a picture of his ugly appearance. If anything happens to me in the future, he'll be the first suspect. He Zhichu was still sitting and didn't move, but his cold gaze had already looked over. It was as if a layer of ice had condensed around his body, emitting traces of cold air. Qin Haoshan's heated mind was poured with cold water by He Zhichu. He shivered slightly and glared at Gu Nianji. He rushed to say, I finally understand what it means to be the guilty party suing first. Even dogs would despise someone like you if you were thrown on the street. Who would have nothing better to do than to harm you? Gu Nianji snorted and immediately retorted, ask your good aunt, Qin Yaoguang, if she's worse than a dog. You actually said that your biological mother is worse than a dog. Qin Haoshan felt that he had never seen such a vile woman who openly insulted his mother. I'm following your logic. Gu Nianji calmed down and took a step forward. You just said that even dogs despise people like me and won't bite me. But your good aunt, Qin Yaoguang, kidnapped me violently and tried to hurt me. Tell me, isn't she worse than a dog? Qin Haoshan waved his hand. You're quibbling. She's your biological mother. There's no such thing as a violent kidnapping. She just wants to see you and take you away from the He family. Why would a biological mother need to kidnap her biological daughter illegally? This is a false proposition. If she wanted to take you away, she wouldn't need any violent means. Even the He family wouldn't be able to stop her. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and sneered, that's right, why? Why didn't she use her identity as my biological mother and directly come to the He family to see me and take me away? Why did she have to use underhanded methods to kidnap me? Why did she frame my father at the same time? Go and ask her, what secrets does she have from me? Qin Haoshan also sensed that something was wrong. He had never thought about it from this perspective before. He had always thought that Gu Xiangwen had tried to take his daughter away and eventually framed Qin Yaoguang. Later, he had heard about the court trial from other relatives, but he still thought that Qin Yaoguang had come up with this plan because she missed her daughter and wanted to share the burden for her beloved. But now that he heard Gu Nianji's words, the mistake in his thinking was revealed, and his eyes were filled with fog. But after thinking about it, he still felt that Gu Nianji had done more wrong. Qin Haoshan's expression cleared up slightly. He looked Gu Nianji up and down and said, there are all kinds of parents in the world. No matter what wrong your mother did, as children, we can only be filial to them. After all, they gave us life, raised us, and gave us food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You can't. Stop. Gu Nianji made a pause, a gesture in a sports match and said, from a legal point of view, what you said just now is completely wrong. Parents can also do wrong and break the law. If children blindly appease them, it will only encourage them to make mistakes and make them more and more outrageous. This isn't filial piety. This is flattery. It's deliberately harming them. Mr. Qin, don't tell me that the premise of your filial piety to your parents is to harm them. Gu Nianji really felt that saying that Qin Haoshan's brain was filled with water was flattering him. Because it wasn't water that had entered his brain, but concrete. Qin Haoshan opened his mouth and realized that no matter what he said, he would fall into Gu Nianji's trap. He could only purse his lips tightly and snort heavily. He turned around to leave. Only then did He Jichu stand up lazily and say coldly, Qin Haoshan, apologize to Miss Gu. Qin Haoshan suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at He Jichu in surprise. He rubbed his ears. Young Master He, what did you say? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1641, Stepping on His Sore Feet. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Today is Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Billions Chasing You for your 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Billions Chasing You for becoming the 29th leader of Hello, Major General. I've already written down the updates in my notebook. Don't be anxious. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1653. More and more people began to gather at the entrance of the lounge. Xie Qingying and her best friend stood at the door and witnessed everything. I said, apologize to Miss Gu. He Jichu took a step forward calmly. You were spouting nonsense just now. Not only did you damage Miss Gu's reputation, but you also polluted our ears. Qin Haoshan's face turned even redder from He Jichu's humiliation. He glared at Gu Nianji hatefully, but when he thought about how Gu Nianji had spoken so harshly just now, he knew that Gu Nianji still had some weight in He Jichu's eyes. Therefore, he didn't continue arguing with Gu Nianji. Of course, he didn't apologize either. He turned around and left with a straight face. Gu Nianji watched the show from behind and egged him on. Look, young Master He, your words don't work. He doesn't even care about you. Yes, it's quite embarrassing. He Jichu smiled faintly and said with a double meaning. But what can I do? I can only forgive him. But in the future, I'll have to not appear wherever he appears. He Jichu's words completely ended any chance Qin Haoshan had of rising up in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. He would never be able to go any further. Unless he apologized to Gu Nianji and Gu Nianji was willing to forgive him. Otherwise, Qin Haoshan wouldn't be able to get any invitations whenever He Jichu appeared. Was there a need to say who the organizers would choose between him and He Jichu? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Young Master He, you're too ruthless, but I like it. He Jichu's gloomy mood was miraculously cured. He rubbed her head and smiled again. Qin Haoshan walked to the door with a livid face. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said the same thing, apologize to Miss Gu. Qin Haoshan didn't dare lose his temper at He Jichu, but it was different with Hua Xiaoheng. He was just a Soviet diplomat, and yet he wanted to meddle in the affairs of the Huaxia Empire. Qin Haoshan didn't even look at him. He reached out to push him away and continued walking out. Hua Xiaoheng reached out like lightning and grabbed Qin Haoshan's extended arm. His other hand grabbed his chin and twisted it. Qin Haoshan's chin was dislocated. Since you're not going to apologize, then don't talk for now. Hua Xiaoheng clapped his hands as if he was dusting them. Qin Haoshan felt that his wrist was gripped like an iron clamp, and he couldn't break free at all. Only when Hua Xiaoheng let go of him could he cover his chin and glare at Hua Xiaoheng before quickly running out. When he ran past Xie Qingying, she sighed and said, I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be such a person. In the future, I won't dare to go anywhere Mr. Qin appears. It could be said that no one's words dealt a greater blow to Qin Haoshan than Xie Qingying. His face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but his jaw was dislocated and he couldn't say anything. He could only run to the place where his helicopter was parked. Soon, the roar of the helicopter sounded above Xiangsuohai. The helicopter of the Qin's private hospital flew away. Gu Nianji snorted disdainfully. Spoil sport. She turned to look at He Jichu and said unhappily, "Young Master He, I want to go home." "Okay, I'll take you back." He Jichu nodded. Hu Xiaoheng quickly walked over and said, "I can take her back. We're on the way." Gu Nianji deliberately didn't look at him. She smiled at He Jichu and said, "Thank you, young Master He." He Jichu patted her shoulder. "I'll wait for you outside." He Jichu walked out of the lounge first, and Gu Nianji followed. Hu Xiaoheng caught up with her in large strides and grabbed her wrist like lightning. He smiled and said, "Miss Gu, give me a chance." There were so many people watching, so Gu Nianji didn't show any mercy at all. She slapped the back of Hu Xiaoheng's hand and said, "Let go. How many times have I told you that it's impossible between us?" She pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away and quickly walked to the door. However, Xie Qingying stood at the door and quietly stopped her. Gu Nianji looked at her in surprise. "Cousin Xie, what's the matter?" Xie Qingying had a disapproving expression on her face and said aloofly, "Nianji, I think you should apologize to young Master He too." Gu Nianji didn't notice the look of embarrassment that flashed across He Jichu's eyes just now, but Xie Qingying saw it clearly. At that moment, her heart ached for this man, and she felt that she loved him even more than before. Because she loved him, she couldn't bear to see him suffer even the slightest bit. Gu Nianji didn't understand. "Ha! Why? Did I offend young Master He?" She thought about what had happened carefully, but still didn't understand what she had done wrong. Xie Qingying saw this and pulled her into the lounge. She gestured for her best friend to take the crowd away before saying to Gu Nianji, "You said in front of Qin Haoshan that you didn't want to marry young Master He, so you broke off the engagement with him. Have you ever thought about how humiliating such words are to a man?" Gu Nianji, she blinked her big, jade-like eyes at Xie Qingying and gradually became aggrieved. "But when Qin Haoshan humiliated me just now, none of you stood up for me. You just stood at the door and watched the show. Now you're saying that I'm in the wrong. What can I do? Am I the grass on the ground that he can step on as he pleases?" She was like a little hedgehog. Anything related to Qin Yaoguang and the Qin family would make her stand up with thorns all over her body. She couldn't care less. The person who could protect her wasn't here. Was it wrong for her to protect herself? Gu Nianji's eyes turned red. Hu Xiaoheng saw this from the side and felt his heart ache. He quickly walked over and put one hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder. He said to Xie Qingying aloofly, "Miss Xie, it's understandable that you want to please your sweetheart, but you can't wrong others to please your sweetheart." Hu Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji tightly and said to Xie Qingying coldly, "Don't let me see you talking to Miss Gu like that again. You even said you were Miss Gu's relative. You're siding with outsiders." As he spoke, he led Gu Nianji out of the lounge, leaving Xie Qingying standing there awkwardly. She thought about it carefully and felt ashamed. The Soviet diplomat was right. Although Gu Nianji was her cousin, she was more concerned about He Jichu, who had nothing to do with her. When Gu Nianji had a conflict with He Jichu, she had almost no choice but to stand on He Jichu's side. Realizing this, Xie Qingying knew that her little bit of plastic sisterhood with Gu Nianji had disappeared. It wasn't that she didn't feel regret. Gu Nianji was brought to He Jichu's helicopter by Hu Xiaoheng with mixed feelings. "Do you still want to take his helicopter?" Hu Xiaoheng adjusted the collar of Gu Nianji's coat. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng in a daze and suddenly said, "Mr. Peter, do you know? There was once a person who let me know how good it is to live in this world. Beside him, no one can humiliate me so unscrupulously. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji looked at him expectantly. Her big eyes were filled with tears that were about to fall. Hu Xiaoheng calmly stroked her head. I can do it too. I will treat you just like this in the future. No one will dare to humiliate you so unscrupulously by my side. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1642, I can do it too. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Today is Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1654. In short, I can do what you said that person can do, and I can do it better than him. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he couldn't help but run his fingers down her hair, lingering on her face for a moment. Gu Nianji, what did he mean by, I can do what you said that person can do, and I can do it too? Was he still not willing to admit his true identity? Gu Nianji's heart was filled with disappointment. However, she didn't show it at all. Instead, she smiled brightly and shook her head at Hu Xiaoheng. No, you'll never be as good as him. Really? How would I know if I don't try? Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and instantly returned to his cold demeanor. Do you want to know who he is? I'll tell you. Gu Nianji slyly crooked her finger at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward as if he was bewitched. He moved closer to Gu Nianji and asked in a low voice. Who is it? His heart suddenly started beating violently. After so many years of experience on the special front, he could easily treat himself as a completely different person. But this time, he had the misconception that he couldn't tell who he was. This kind of intense shock that came from the heart could only be given to one person, and it was the delicate and intelligent woman in front of him. But when he moved closer to Gu Nianji whispered. This person is my father. You know, only my father would protect me at all costs. Hu Xiaoheng, he had discovered the truth through the bugs he had secretly planted under Gu Nianji's clothes and pillow when Gu Nianji had been seriously injured by the gunshot. However, it was quickly discovered by his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, who was also Lu Yuan. At that time, he had made a prompt decision and immediately taken the initiative to go to the Lu family to apologize and reveal his identity as a KGB agent. It was also at that time that he heard the heinous crimes that Qin Yaoguang had committed against Gu Nianji. Not only would Gu Nianji not let Qin Yaoguang off, Hu Xiaoheng would not let her off either. He would make her suffer the same pain that Gu Nianji had suffered when she was young, no more, no less. He would give her a taste of her own medicine. Gu Nianji chuckled when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's rare look of shock. She tilted her head at him. All right, thank you for your confession. I'm very happy, even if I don't accept it. Then he waved his hand and boarded He Zhichu's helicopter without leaving a single cloud behind. He Zhichu saw them talking in front and couldn't help asking through the helicopter's communication channel, you seem to be getting closer to Peter. Gu Nianji sat down with a smile, fastened her seatbelt, and said, he stood up for me just now. I have to thank him. He Zhichu silently controlled the helicopter to take off. After flying for a while, he finally said, Qin Haoshan is too nerdy. You don't have to take his words to heart. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken it to heart anyway. Gu Nianji shrugged. I retorted right away. Why would I take it to heart? He Zhichu looked at Gu Nianji. But you're not very happy. Gu Nianji was unhappy, not because of Qin Haoshan, but because she was a little dispirited. Just now, so many people had surrounded the door and watched Qin Haoshan argue with her, so no one had come out to help her. But she also knew that this was the difference between men and women. If Ma Chichi was there, she would definitely stand out and tear Qin Haoshan apart immediately. He Jichu only stood out and asked Qin Haoshan to apologize after she scolded Qin Haoshan away. Hu Xiaoheng also only hit Qin Haoshan after He Jichu spoke. Gu Nianji wasn't without resentment towards the two men's actions. However, she didn't say anything, nor did she say what Xie Qingying had said to her. She said that she wouldn't affect the development of the relationship between Xie Qingying and He Jichu, so she wouldn't spread any words between them. Even if Xie Qingying made her unhappy, she wouldn't say anything. She thought about it and tilted her head to support herself on the windowsill. She mumbled, "It's just a little disappointing. It's almost the new year, and I'm being scolded by this kind of person. Then I remember that I'm related to him, so it's even more sad." She even yawned after she finished speaking. He Jichu saw this and pursed his lips into a smile. He said gently, "Is it still because of Qin Haoshan? I've already said that I'll avenge you." Gu Nianji lazily snorted and said, "Young Master He, please help me avenge you on the spot in the future. When I'm full of anger, it won't be of much use to vent my anger. But thank you anyway. Do we still need to say thank you between us?" He Jichu was keenly aware of Gu Nianji's true misfortune. He thought about it carefully and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Nianji. I really didn't react quickly enough. I should have gotten someone to gag his mouth and drag him out to beat him up." Gu Nianji was amused by him. "Young Master He, you're exaggerating. Just gag him. There's no need to drag him out to beat him up." Seeing that He Jichu had apologized, Gu Nianji also said, "Then I'll also say sorry, young Master He. I embarrassed you in front of your friend." He Jichu stopped smiling and said seriously, "Nianji, you never have to say sorry to me. No matter what you do, I won't be angry with you." He was only a little embarrassed. If there was anything else, he really didn't have any other emotions. Gu Nianji chuckled again and said, "Young Master He, I really want to point my phone at you and record this video. When you're angry at me again, I'll play it for you to see. This is my weakness for the rest of my life. I can't let it go once I get hold of it." He Jichu nodded with a smile and said, "Not today. When I get back, I'll wash up and change my clothes, and then I'll take a video for you." My current appearance is ruining my image. Okay, I'll wait and see. Gu Nianji teased him with a smile and used her phone to send Lu Jin a message saying that she would be back soon. The two of them chatted and laughed. They were even more harmonious than when they came. The helicopter quickly sent Gu Nianji to the tarmac on the roof of her apartment building. Lu Jin stood at the corner of the corridor waiting for them. He Jichu wanted to get off the plane to send Gu Nianji in, but Gu Nianji quickly stopped him. "Young Master He, don't be so busy. You can go. I'm going home now. What are you worried about?" Gu Nianji winked at him. "Okay, I'm tired. I don't have the energy to entertain you." "Okay." He Jichu lowered his eyes and didn't insist. "Then I'll go back. Send me a message when you get back to your room." Gu Nianji turned around and made an "okay" gesture. "Okay, no problem." He Jichu only flew the helicopter away when he saw Gu Nianji run from the tarmac on the roof into the dark corridor. Gu Nianji heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the sound of the helicopter taking off. Lu Jin dashed out and looked her up and down by her hand. He smiled and asked, "Why are you back so soon? Did you have a good time?" Gu Nianji didn't hide her emotions in front of Lu Jin. She immediately pulled a long face and said, "No, not good at all." "Huh? What happened?" Lu Jin was very nervous. He quickly pulled her back to their floor and returned to Gu Nianji's apartment. "Tell me, what happened?" Lu Jin couldn't wait to ask again as soon as he sat down on the sofa in the living room of Gu Nianji's apartment. Gu Nianji's eyes turned red, and she felt even more wronged. Who didn't want to be held in the palm of someone's hand and treasured? Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand and eloquently told him what had happened in Xiangsuahai. Dad, don't you think this Qin Haoshan is ridiculous? Even Luo Yaozu didn't blame me. Who does he think he is? He even spoke up for Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji was becoming more and more unscrupulous in front of Lu Jin. He even said that there are no perfect parents in the world. But why should I let Qin Yaoguang off after what she did to me? Lu Jin gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of him. He said angrily, this Qin Haoshan's brain is like granite. Back then, he spent a lot of effort in school to get an excellent grade. I told you he wasn't going to have much of a future. What right does he have to say that about my daughter? What does you have to do with him? AB*TCH is IB*TCH. Well said. Gu Nianji applauded Lu Jin vigorously. She was extremely happy. This was the support she wanted. It was exactly what she wanted. She was so happy that she almost didn't hear the strangeness in Lu Jin's words. She had thought that it would be best if he had attacked Qin Haoshan with her at that time, so that he would be too ashamed to show his face again. And your good niece, Xie Qingying. Gu Nianji wouldn't tell He Zhichu about Xie Qingying, but she didn't have such concerns with Lu Jin. Moreover, Lu Jin couldn't confront He Zhichu, so Gu Nianji said everything. She continued angrily. She actually asked me to apologize to young Master He. She said that I shouldn't have said in front of so many people that I broke off the engagement because I didn't want to marry him and made him lose face. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1643, The Support I Want. A reminder of the recommendation ticket. It was 3:00 today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly ticket was 3,500 Canadian dollars. There was the third update at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you, Sing_Sing, for the 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Big shots, little angels. Chapter 1655. Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. His eyes widened and he was furious. I just want him to lose face. He deserves it. So what? What the F***CK? You didn't apologize, did you? If you apologize, I won't recognize you as my daughter anymore. Gu Nianji, she seemed to have accidentally said sorry on the helicopter. Lu Jin instantly understood when he saw Gu Nianji's slightly embarrassed expression. He immediately changed his words and said, it's fine if you apologize. My daughter has a good upbringing. She would rather suffer grievances herself than take care of other people's fragile hearts. Gu Nianji curled her lips slightly and said. But you just said that if I apologize, you won't recognize me as your daughter anymore. Lu Jin rolled his eyes and said shamelessly, what I said just now is invalid. What I'm saying now is the truth. Gu Nianji smiled and leaned against Lu Jin's shoulder. The last trace of depression in her heart disappeared. She was right to say to Hua Xiaoheng. Only a father would protect her unconditionally. A child with a father was a treasure. The nursery rhyme was not a lie. Gu Nianji thought happily, not caring that she had tampered with the lyrics of the nursery rhyme. Lu Yuan, who had just entered the door, shook his head with a wry smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng behind him, Mr. Peter, do you still want to go in? Gu Nianji turned around in surprise and saw that Lu Yuan had actually let Hua Xiaoheng in. Hua Xiaoheng was still wearing the Soviet military uniform coat. It wrapped around his straight waist, and the buttons were neatly buttoned up all the way to his neck. The Soviet-style military cap with the sable fur on the inside and outside was pressed low in front of his forehead. It was full of ascetic beauty and temptation. Gu Nianji gulped and said hoarsely, Mr. Peter, why are you here? Lu Jin had heard Gu Nianji's description and knew that Mr. Peter had dislocated Qin Haoshan's chin. He quickly turned around and said regretfully, that Qin Haoshan is the head of the orthopedics department. It's not enough to just dislocate his chin. He put it back on. You should just pull it off and cause permanent physical damage. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng followed Lu Yuan into the room and said casually, the technique I used to remove his jaw joint is a secret of the KGB. No matter how good he is in orthopedics, he won't be able to recover it on his own. Really? Lu Jin was interested. He stood up and asked excitedly, what's the principle? In fact, he had only used a little hidden force to severely damage Qin Haoshan's temporomandibular joint. Even if he recovered from surgery in the future, he would still habitually dislocate it. Of course, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin didn't need to know about this. No comment. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Please forgive me, Uncle Lu. We have strict discipline in the KGB. Gu Nianji mentally rolled her eyes 180 times. You fake KGB still have strict discipline? Why don't you go to heaven? But she couldn't undermine Lu Jin in front of him. Lu Jin was too unreliable, and Gu Nianji didn't want Lu Jin to know the truth. There was no need to talk about Lu Yuan. This person had a deep personality, and his identity was also suspicious. Therefore, in front of these two people, Gu Nianji still had to help Hu Xiaoheng. She tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve and whispered, Dad, don't make things difficult for him. If you want to know the principle, think of a way to hack into Qin Haoshan's medical record and see how the doctor performed the surgery on him. There are also all kinds of X-rays and CT pictures to study. Lu Jin came back to his senses and laughed happily. My daughter is so smart. She even thought of this. Lu Yuan, Hu Xiaoheng. Lu Jin didn't ask Hu Xiaoheng for more principles. He turned to Lu Yuan and said, Boss Lu, you're here at the right time. What are we eating tonight? Then he said to Hu Xiaoheng, Mr. Peter, you don't know how to cook, so we won't keep you for dinner. Was there any logical connection between whether he knew how to cook and whether they kept him for dinner or not? Hu Xiaoheng's fingers moved and he unbuttoned his coat. Although I don't know how to cook, I can help President Lu with the preparations. Gu Nianji remained calm and watched Hu Xiaoheng follow Lu Yuan into the kitchen. Seeing that dinner was settled, Lu Jin was relieved. He said to Gu Nianji, I'm going to check on Qin Haoshan's injury and see what the principle is. Gu Nianji nodded knowingly and smiled. Okay, I'll go back to my bedroom and rest for a while. Go ahead. It's best if you take a bath with lavender essential oil. It's the best way to relieve your fatigue, Lu Jin said with a smile as he watched Gu Nianji return to her bedroom. Lu Jin took out his phone and started to hack into the Qin private hospital's internet. Gu Nianji returned to her bedroom and carefully closed the door. She took a few changes of clothes and went into the bathroom. Lu Jin was right. Taking a bath was also one of the ways to relieve fatigue. She turned on the hot water and sprinkled a little of the lavender essential oil that Lu Jin had specially made for her. The bathroom was soon filled with the faint scent of lavender. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and stepped into the hot bathtub. After soaking for a while, she wiped the water off her hands and picked up her phone. She opened the photo album on her phone and saw the photo of them having a snowball fight. Gu Nianji took a screenshot of Luo Piapiao's profile picture and put it into a facial recognition software. She then found the photo of Wen Shui that she had secretly taken in the past. She also took a screenshot of her profile picture and put it into the facial recognition software. This facial recognition software was a small program that Gu Nianji had modified. It had originally been used on a whim to tease the image recognition systems of major software companies when she was playing with beautiful pictures. For example, she had photoshopped a sunflower on her profile picture and uploaded it to a software company's image recognition system. After the system identified it, it would tell you in all seriousness that it wasn't a human. It was a sunflower of the genus Angiosperms, class Dicotyledons, order Chrysanthemum, family Compositae. Gu Nianji was inspired. She collected all kinds of facial features on a person's face and wrote it into a program. Every time a new face was entered, her little software would automatically analyze the facial features on the person's face and come up with an identification conclusion. Because her database wasn't connected to the police database, her resources were limited. Only the people she was familiar with were able to create a database for her. Of course, there was no need to use a database to compare Luo Piapiao and Wen Shi's facial recognition. She only needed to compare their facial features. After Gu Nianji took screenshots of both of their profiles and uploaded them, she held her breath and waited for the results to come out. Image recognition required a lot of computing power. Although Gu Nianji's phone wasn't weak, it would still take a long time to perform such calculations. Gu Nianji waited for a full 5 minutes before she saw the words, "Analysis complete." The following data appeared on her phone: frowny face, eyebrows, similarity, 65%. Eyes, similarity, 85%. Face shape, similarity, 90%. Ears, similarity, 95%. Nose, similarity, 100%. The final conclusion was that the probability of the two of them being related was 87%. Gu Nianji. No wonder she felt that Luo Piapiao and Wen Shuyi looked alike, because their noses were exactly the same. Gu Nianji looked at people's noses first. She was especially sensitive to the appearance of noses. If a normal person's nose was good-looking, that person definitely wouldn't be ugly. Wen Shiyi's nose was relatively flat, the wing of her nose was slightly wider, and the tip of her nose was slightly tilted, but her overall shape was still very small. Luo Piapiao's nose was also relatively flat, the wing of her nose was slightly wider, and the tip of her nose was slightly tilted. Her overall shape was also very small. If she took a screenshot of their noses and photoshopped it onto the other person's face, it would be almost flawless. Gu Nianji looked at the comparison picture, both surprised and curious. She held her phone and continued to search for genetic information about the nose. In the end, she found that both a high nose bridge and large nostrils were dominant hereditary. In other words, if one of the parents had a high nose bridge and large nostrils, their children would be inherited. However, Wen Shuyi and Luo Piapiao both had flat noses and large nostrils. If they were to go in reverse, then Wen Shuyi and Luo Piapiao's parents should both have flat noses, and at least one of them should have large nostrils. Only then would they have a nose combination like theirs. Gu Nianji recalled Wen Shuyi's parents, the painter Wen Dao and Liang Meili, whom she had met before. The two of them were unprepossessing, but Gu Nianji still remembered the shape of their noses. Wen Dao was tall and muscular. He had a narrow forehead, a flat nose, a wide nose bridge, and large nostrils. But Liang Meili, Gu Nianji's eyebrows twitched slightly. Why did she remember that Liang Meili's nose was tall and straight, and her nostrils were very small? Two parents. The mother had a high nose bridge, dominant gene, the father had a flat nose bridge, recessive gene, the mother had small nostrils, recessive gene, and the father had large nostrils, dominant gene. How likely was it for such two people to have a flat nose bridge, recessive gene, and large nostrils, dominant gene? This is the second monthly ticket for today, 3,500 plus updates, Chapter 1644, Dominant and Recessive. Reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There will be a third update at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1656. This ratio was too difficult to calculate. Gu Nianji wasn't an expert in biology, so she searched for information on her phone for a long time but still couldn't find anything. She got out of the bathtub, wiped off the water droplets on her body, and began the maintenance process. From water to essence to oil to cream, the entire maintenance process took almost 20 minutes. This was just a simplified procedure that she had done herself. If she went to a beauty salon for professional treatment, it would take at least an hour. However, the time spent on this set of maintenance was not in vain. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her skin was translucent and fair, and she exuded a good complexion from the inside out. This was a feeling that no cosmetics could create. She changed into her home clothes and walked out of the bedroom to the living room. Hu Xiaoheng just happened to come out of the kitchen, and the two of them met in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He stopped and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, dinner is ready. I'm here to invite you to the dining room." His words sounded like he was the host and guest. Gu Nianji smiled faintly and said, "I'll go look for my dad." "Thank you, Mr. Peter." Gu Nianji turned around and walked towards the study where Lu Jin was. Hu Xiaoheng watched Gu Nianji's silhouette disappear diagonally ahead. His expression didn't reveal anything. Gu Nianji's study had a high-powered computer that could be used as a server. Lu Jin had assembled it for her. Gu Nianji rarely used the computer unless it was necessary. Right now, Lu Jin was sitting behind the computer desk, concentrating on typing on the keyboard. Gu Nianji walked over and tapped her fingers twice on his computer desk. "Dad, it's time to eat." Lu Jin's gaze didn't leave the computer screen. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Then he said, "I know the principal." Gu Nianji, when Lu Jin wanted to speak, it was hard for others to stop him. The only thing that could stop Gu Nianji was from saying anything, so Lu Jin started talking non-stop. So it turns out that gravity rubbed against Qin Haoshan's temporomandibular joint. After wear and tear, he would habitually dislocate it. This is almost the same as permanent physical damage. This Peter is really cruel and merciless. But I like it. Gu Nianji blinked. Habitual dislocation. Yes, he can't just blindly compete in the future. Lu Jin finally looked up at her. If he yawns, smiles, cries, or even speaks a little agitatedly, he might dislocate it. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up at the thought of that scene. "Alright, don't worry. I also have a problem here. Can you help me take a look at the possibility of this?" Gu Nianji placed the results on her phone in front of Lu Jin. "What I want to know is, if the father has a flat nose and big nostrils, and the mother has a high nose and small nostrils, what's the likelihood of giving birth to a child with a flat nose and big nostrils?" Lu Jin looked at the two screenshots Gu Nianji had shown him. One was Wen Shui, and the other was Luo Piao. At first glance, the two of them didn't look very similar, but because they both had round faces and flat noses, after looking at them carefully a few times, one would feel that there were similarities between them. But Lu Jin really did not expect this kind of similarity to be so high. However, since it was analyzed by the software, Lu Jin still respected the software's professional analysis ability. This was because the human eye and the human brain were easily deceived by external things. Only by relying on the software to separate the wheat from the chaff and peel the silk from the cocoon could the truth be restored. Lu Jin was not in a hurry to calculate the general possibility. He just stared at Luo Piao's face for a while and said, "Who is this woman?" "She's Luo Piao." Gu Nianji's finger tapped on Luo Piao's profile picture. "You don't know the Luo Piao I told you about just now." From what Lu Jin had said just now, he knew Qin Haoshan, but now he didn't seem to know Luo Piao. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. "Luo Piao. That's Qin Yaoguang's cousin's daughter. What about Luo Piao's mother? Do you have a photo?" Gu Nianji shook her head regretfully. "No. I heard she passed away a long time ago. I was too embarrassed to ask someone for a photo of her deceased mother. Lu Jin snorted and said, Nianji, why are you comparing these two people's appearances? Why do you think they look similar? I'm not the only one who thinks so. The software also analyzes it this way. Gu Nianji's finger paused on the 87% probability. Look, 87% is quite high, isn't it? Actually, I think it's even higher. Why? According to the analysis of the software, the biggest difference between the two of them is the shape of their eyebrows. However, the shape of the eyebrows was the easiest part to modify. Most people could do it with an eyebrow trimmer. That's why I'm guessing they've had their eyebrows trimmed. Gu Nianji pointed at Luo Piapiao's profile picture and said, she's Lu Yimei. Then he pointed at Wen Shuyi's profile picture and said, she's Yuan Shanmei. At first glance, there's not much difference, but the difference can be seen by using software analysis. Otherwise, there was a 95% chance that they were relatives. Lu Jin said disapprovingly, why don't you use your facial recognition software to analyze Luo Piapiao's face? It might be more similar to the face of the doll you played when you were young. Gu Nianji, she thought for a while and rummaged through her phone's photo album for a long time. Finally, she found the photo of her hugging the doll. She stared at the doll and found that it was indeed the case. It turned out that Luo Piapiao looked more like the doll she had played when she was young. Although she looked similar to Wen Shui, compared to this doll, the resemblance was obviously lower. But why do I feel like Wen Shui at first glance, while you think she looks like my doll? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. Lu Jin pointed at his brain. Because when the brain deals with this kind of thing, it doesn't carry out technical tests like software. The human brain analyzes things based on the depth of the impression. It's obvious that you have a deeper impression of Wen Shui, so the first thing your brain processed was similar to Wen Shui's. And I had a deeper impression of your doll when you were young, so the first thing I came up with was that she was more similar to your doll. These words were like enlightenment to Gu Nianji, who immediately understood. However, the doll wasn't a living thing, but Wen Shui was. Gu Nianji frowned and said, let's put the doll aside for now. Let's compare Wen Shui and Luo Piapiao first. We need to start with their parents. Lu Jin frowned at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, what do you want to prove? It's almost impossible to determine the possibility of them being relatives purely based on their physical characteristics. That's because there are many groups of genes that determine appearance, and each group has to be compared with the other genes. In the end, you have to use the most powerful supercomputer to get the result in a certain period of time. Gu Nianji said with a bitter expression, I also know that it's more difficult to calculate, so I asked you for help. Since I need a supercomputer, then forget it. I'll think of another way. She rolled her eyes and immediately thought of a second way. Actually, there's another simple and direct way to prove their relationship. Lu Jin smiled. Go on. That's a DNA test. Gu Nianji slapped her forehead. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of it just now? Since we suspect that they're related based on the similarity of their appearances, then we can just test the DNA. I was just wondering why you wanted to go so far. Lu Jin smiled, but his smile was a little forced. Gu Nianji keenly noticed it. She placed her hands on the computer table and asked curiously, Dad, is there anything else that's difficult? I'll get their hair or skin or blood samples. You can just test the DNA for me. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji in a daze and didn't know what to say. His daughter was actually able to take an unconventional approach and sense that something was wrong from the appearance of a niece of the Qin family. He was very proud of her cleverness. But did she know what she was facing? She was opening Pandora's box. In Greek mythology, Pandora was the first human woman created by Zeus in order to punish Prometheus for stealing fire. She opened a box and released all the evils of human nature, such as greed, hypocrisy, malice, slander, and jealousy. However, she closed the box before hope came out. This box was the source of all calamities and represented the hopeless future of mankind. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1645, Pandora's Box. A reminder of the recommendation votes. You have to save up your monthly votes until 3 days before the end of the month, because there are double monthly votes for the 3 days at the end of the month, so 1 vote counts as 2 votes. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1657. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji's charming smile and her sparkling eyes, which were as clear as the icy spring of a snowy mountain. Deep affection and reluctance rose from the bottom of his heart. The proudest thing in his life was not winning 2 Nobel Prizes, nor was it discovering parallel space, nor was it the perfect optimization of human genes. It was having such a cute and intelligent daughter. He was content. Lu Jin immediately smiled contentedly. He nodded. Okay, I'll test your DNA. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and walked around to the back of Lu Jin's chair. She clenched her little fists and thumped his back. She said fawningly, "Thank you, Dad. Now I'm going to think about how to get their hair or blood samples. Saliva samples are fine too, right? But saliva is too disgusting. It's better to use blood to test it." Lu Jin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and tapped her a few times in the air. "Whatever, just hair will do. Blood is also quite disgusting. Besides, if I test your DNA, are you afraid that it won't be accurate? Even if I only use one of their cells, I can accurately measure it." Got it. Got it. Dad is the best. Gu Nianji was so happy that she didn't know what to do. She subconsciously hugged Lu Jin's neck from behind and kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, even Gu Nianji was stunned. Lu Jin was even more dumbfounded. His face, which was full of wisdom, showed a rare frozen expression. "I'll go see if dinner is ready." Gu Nianji was very embarrassed and ran out of the study in a hurry. After all, they hadn't grown up by Lu Jin's side. Although the nature of a father and daughter could not be erased, this kind of rare intimacy was something they had never experienced before. It was a new experience for both Lu Jin and Gu Nianji. Lu Jin sat motionless in his computer chair as he watched Gu Nianji leave in a hurry. Even the expression on his face was like a specimen frozen in time. There was no sound in the room. Soon, the sound-activated ceiling light gradually went out, and the study, which was hung with blackout and soundproof curtains, was pitch black. Lu Jin sat in the darkness, allowing the thick night to envelop him. He thought that he alone should bear those dark, filthy things that could not see the light of day. The happiness during this period of time was like stolen. How could he bear to let his daughter, who was as bright as the sun, be invaded by darkness again? He would never allow anyone to extend the claws of evil to his daughter again. Let him end everything. It was up to him to end all the darkness and give his daughter a bright future. Lu Jin closed his eyes and let himself become one with the darkness. Gu Nianji ran out of the study excitedly and was caught off guard. She fell headfirst into someone's arms. Gu Nianji suddenly calmed down when she smelled that familiar yet strange scent. She quickly took a step back and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng standing at the door of the study. She couldn't help but stutter, "What are you doing here?" "As I said, dinner is ready. I'm here to invite you to dinner." "What's wrong? What about Uncle Lu? Aren't you going to have dinner?" Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the door of the study. When Gu Nianji ran out, the study was still lit. Now that he turned around, the study was already pitch black. "The lights are voice-activated. They automatically go off when there's no sound. Gu Nianji said sheepishly, I'll go to the dining room first. Is dinner ready? She ran off at a brisk pace without looking back. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her back, then at the door of the study. He pondered for a while, then knocked on the door. He coughed and said, Uncle Lu, dinner is ready. Please move to the dining room. There was no sound from the study for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng was about to push the door open to take a look when the door of the study opened in front of him. Lu Jin's nose was not a nose, and his eyes were not eyes. He glared at him angrily and said, What are you doing sneaking around here? This is my daughter's home. Don't act like this is your home. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and thought for a moment. He said calmly, President Lu made your favorite cherry blossom snapper stew. This trick worked on Lu Jin as well. His eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, Is it stewed with soy sauce, shredded ginger, burdock, and abalone mushrooms with plum wine? Hua Xiaoheng looked troubled. I don't know. It was made by President Lu. I was just helping him. I did see the plum wine, but I'm not familiar with anything else. Humph. You don't even know the dishes. Useless. Lu Jin's face darkened. He raised his head and walked past him. He quickly walked into the dining room. In the dining room, Lu Yuan washed his hands and was introducing a special dish he had made today to Gu Nianji. This is called plum yellow rain. It's a cherry blossom snapper stewed with soy sauce, shredded ginger, burdock, and abalone mushrooms with plum wine. Have you ever eaten true snapper? This kind of fish is the color of cherry blossoms when it's most delicious. The meat is especially tender and sweet, and it doesn't have any fishy smell at all. There's no need to add cooking wine to ruin its delicious taste. Gu Nianji listened with relish, and the little bit of awkwardness from before disappeared. Lu Jin walked in a hurry and looked at Gu Nianji eagerly, but didn't dare to sit next to her. Gu Nianji looked up and saw him. She waved at him with a smile and said, Dad, sit here. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and felt like he had come back to life. He smiled and walked to Gu Nianji's side to sit down. He said to Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the other side of Gu Nianji, Boss Lu, I didn't expect you to be willing to make cherry blossom snapper today. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and moved his chair back. He said, I did it to give Nianji a taste of something delicious. Eat less today. I only made 4 cherry blossom snappers. The 4 of them had one for each person. Lu Jin, however, didn't stand on ceremony. Nianji will eat 2, and I'll eat 1.5. You and Peter will eat the remaining half. Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng took the serving chopsticks and scooped up 2 cooked cherry blossom snappers for Gu Nianji. He placed them in her bowl and said, I don't eat this kind of fish. You guys eat. Humph. No luck. Lu Jin rolled his eyes and quickly said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, let's eat together. Ignore them. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. She looked at the pale cherry-pink fish in the bowl and used her chopsticks to pry open a small piece of golden meat the size of a soybean grain under the fish's eyes. She put it in her mouth and chewed slowly. At first, the faint and long taste was like the fog of an autumn morning, slowly soaking her mouth. She took a careful sip, and it was like the autumn sun suddenly gushing out, dispersing the thin fog. The delicious and sweet taste almost exploded on the tip of her tongue, awakening all her taste buds. Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly widened, and she almost swallowed her tongue. It's so delicious. Gu Nianji reluctantly swallowed the best piece of golden meat and gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. The taste of the fish itself isn't covered by the stew at all. There's soy sauce, but it doesn't have the saltiness of soy sauce at all. President Lu, your culinary skills are superb. Delicious, right? Lu Jin was proud of himself, as if he had made this fish. Here, I'll give you this too. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. No need, no need. This one weighs a catty. It's already good enough that I can finish one. She looked at the two fish in her bowl and plate, then at the people around the table. She said apologetically, President Lu, Mr. Peter, I'm sorry. This fish is on my plate, so I can't give it to anyone else to eat, so I gave it to my father to eat. My father won't mind eating what's on my plate, right? Lu Jin shook his head and nodded. He smiled so widely that only his teeth could be seen. He even made a V sign at Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng proudly. Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head expressionlessly and picked up a piece of eggplant to eat. The entire dinner was spent in the rhythm of Lu Jin and Gu Nianji's constant praising of how delicious the cherry blossom snapper was. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng reluctantly took the initiative to eat the remaining half of the fish that Gu Nianji had eaten under the banner of not wasting food. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, didn't eat at all. He said that he was full when he saw Lu Jin's expression and couldn't eat anything else. After dinner, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were both full. They made tea and moved to the living room to chat and digest their food. Lu Yuan was about to clean up the kitchen when Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to stop him. President Lu, I've disturbed the meal today, so I'll be the one to clean up the dishes. Lu Yuan didn't stand on ceremony with him, but he didn't want to go to the living room to see Lu Jin's smug face. He sat in the kitchen and looked at his phone while chatting with Hua Xiaoheng. You've never eaten cherry blossom snapper before? Lu Yuan was actually asking if Hua Xiaoheng had eaten cherry blossom snapper in the other world. Of course Hua Xiaoheng had eaten it, but he didn't want to argue with Lu Jin and Gu Nianji. As he put the dishes into the dishwasher, he said, No, wild ones are too expensive. Farmed ones don't taste good, so I'm not interested. Wild ones have already risen to 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per catty. Although it's not that I can't afford it, I can't afford to eat it every day. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. It's also because of the new year. This is the first time Nianji has spent the new year with us. Lu Jin can't wait to get all the delicious food in the world for Nianji to eat. Gu Nianji was chatting with Lu Jin in the living room when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She took it out and saw that it was Luo Piapiao's call. She immediately picked it up with a smile and asked, Piapiao, are you home? Is your second brother okay? Luo Piapiao was flattered and quickly said, We're all fine. But she looked at old Master Qin, who was sitting in front of her, and said with a smile, Cousin Gu, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is the New Year's Eve. I want to invite you to my house for New Year's Eve dinner. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1646, Stolen Joy. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. The name of that fish is snapper, pronounced Yao. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.